Ah, Miss Gristle. I must say, you do look exceptionally vexed today.
You flatter me, Dr. T.
Anything special in the mail?
Indeed there is. The Queen is allegedly sending a secret agent to spy on us. He is supposed to find out if you are possibly planning to strike a blow against the Empire.
Under no circumstances is the Queen to learn of my sinister plans, which is why we shall take a few precautions. Have any applications for the job as henchmen arrived?
Just one, Doctor. From a woman in the United States.
An American? That will guarantee a quick finger on the trigger. Send the young lady an invitation. For my part, I shall make sure this agent has an unforgettable stay on our island. Let the game begin.
You are so wicked, Dr. T.
Thank you, Miss Gristle. I ask you, who could stop me now?
A crying shame it is. Another little twerp. All they lasted 5 minutes tops.
Then you better pull your punches this time.
What? Wait a minute. Who are you?
You borrowed yourself some money from Mr. Lee, remember? To pay for your ship, and now he wants his money back.
Already? Listen, Rome wasn't built in a day either. It takes a little time to set up a business.
A little time? It's been 3 years. Now, Mr. Lee finally wants to see cash on the table, with interest galore, naturally. And we're going to beat that interest out of you.
Right, it's high time. Might I pound him to a pulp, please?
Oh, all right, but not all at once.
Ha! I eat goons like you for breakfast.
You're about to lose your breakfast, mate!
Well?
Was that your best shot? Guess all you've got in those arms is lard.
Now you're really gonna get it.
My knife. My knife.
Stay right there! Just you wait!
Phew. Oh, no. Of all places, at the top of a tower. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's being way up high.
Come on, big guy. Let's break down the door.
I should hurry. How do I get down from here? Blocked. No two ways about it. I won't be performing any feats of daring do up here. Looks like a few repairs are being done on Big Ben. That did the trick. Hey, what?
We've got you now! Just you wait! We're going to come over and make mincemeat out of you!
What a heavy thing, and sealed tightly. Cleanliness is being taken care of up here, too. Cleanliness is being taken care of up here, too.
That won't help you for long! We'll be back up there in a jiffy!
A cleaning rag. See ya, blockheads! Oh no.
Ah! See? You can't get away from us!
Naturally. There's no handle from the outside. My knife! So that's where it is, down there. These signs aren't standing here for laughs. All this filth makes what's already not especially inviting flooring even more dangerous. All this filth makes what's already not especially inviting flooring even more dangerous. A bucket. A bucket. Did I already mention that I have a certain problem with heights? I'm not gonna climb there. At least, not as long as that beast squats there. Then again, maybe I can scare it off somehow. Did I? I'm not gonna. Then again. No tower can do without one. Apparently, I still have a few debts to pay.
We'll find a way up, Jack, and that'll be the end of you!
Yeah, now I can get my knife. I might be able to use those. On the other hand, I'd have to climb around there. And I hate heights. Good to have it back again. Without the knife, this boy Jack's half naked. It prevents the work platform from racing downward. Whoa! Eric, Lawrence, cast off. The gangster boss wants his loan back.
Jack, perhaps you ought to wind down a peg or two.
We've got a visitor.
Joe Little, from the Royal...
Sure, from the Royal Port Police.
No, Jack, he's...
Let me handle this. I know all there is about dealing with these guys.
Famous last words.
Listen, little Joe.
Joe Little.
Just because we've moored here for a few days without paying, and simply because we've unloaded our cargo at night without declaring it, that's certainly no reason to act like such a big shot. We've got bigger problems to solve, and time is short. So, how much do you want? 2 pounds? 3? Boys, how about taking a second to pull our...
Jack, he's...
Joseph Little from the Royal Secret Service.
Oh.
To be quite frank, I had a lucrative mission for you, but I'll have to think that idea over again very carefully.
Mission? Lucrative?
Word has it that you're the fastest captain on the London-India route.
Sure. Right you are. That's me.
Even though you do tend to lose your cargo rather frequently.
But like you said, I am fast.
And that's what we're looking for. The Queen wishes to have one of her best agents brought to an island in the Indian Ocean. The pay is £10,000 sterling to compensate for passage.
10,000? Wow. What exactly was the name of that island your agent's supposed to be brought to?
It is called Tooth Island. Hardly anybody knows the island's coordinates, and even fewer are welcome there.
Strange. That name seems to ring a bell. Whatever. At any rate, we've got to clear out of London, now.
Now, Jack, don't be a bleeding idiot. You're in to that cutthroat up to your ears. You'd be better off here where you can straighten that out. We can't keep running away forever.
There you go. Solve your problems in London first. Those tough guys are not just gonna leave us in peace.
Are you nuts? The further we are from our problems, the better. So, where's this agent we're supposed to take aboard?
You would not be taking him aboard here. That would occur halfway along the route instead, in South Africa.
Fine, we're in. Don't worry your pretty little head about that guy.
Well, to be honest.
We'll give him the royal treatment. Cast off, boys.
But the square sail hasn't been mended at all yet.
We'll do it on the way.
Oh dear, this is definitely going to cost me my job.
Curses! The little rat got away.
Where's he off to?
Look, he's left tracks behind.
Tracks? Leading where?
He's heading toward Cape Town.
Ah, Cape Town, at last.
That was one heck of a ride.
Wouldn't have been half as bad if the rotten fore-lower topsail yard hadn't crashed down on me head.
And even that wouldn't have mattered too much if we'd had a first aid chest on board like we're supposed to.
Well now, don't be such a wimp, Lawrence.
Me? A wimp? I wouldn't complain as much if I got paid.
Lawrence is right. As long as you're not paying us anyway, the least we want is a shore leave that fits the bill.
Shore leave? We're taking that agent on board, and then it's time for us to get going again.
No can do, Captain. Our demand is clear-cut. A bit of shore leave's got to be part of the deal.
All right, but a short one, mind you.
And you gotta get us something to wet our whistles.
That's the ticket. Downright fun is what we want. The very least you could do is supply us with a bottle of rum for all the trouble we went to.
There's a bit of water in the boat, but it's not sinking.
A small donation for a man whom fate has left in
One of my two trusty companions.
Ah, the captain!
Couldn't you spend your shore leave a bit further away?
Sure, we'll spend our shore leave wherever you want.
Provided you get us a swig of rum first.
Help a former captain in need. A few pennies
The
so
Savvy
I can buy
Shark.
myself a new ship.
The Adventurer's Outfitter.
A few blank coppers.
The Brilliant Colors of Africa.
Give to a...
Terrifying. Only cowards have things like that on their ships. Mighty shark teeth. I shouldn't get too close. That's a bit old-fashioned in my opinion. Someone's removed the clothes. Pretty. Dr. T's finest as far as the eye can see. He seems to be a very busy man. Fascinating. Royal Dutch Postal Service. Just in case it might get boring for someone here. I already have one on my ship. Kitschy. The Alan Quartermain series, just released. I love blue boxes. I don't want to know what's inside. What a shame that I'm not much of a musician. What a cute little shop he has.
How nice! Another customer from a faraway place. You're not going to tell me you've had lots of adventures, are you?
That's true.
Wonderful. In that case, I warmly recommend browsing through my top-quality merchandise to your heart's content.
You make it sound so tempting.
You know, Cape Town is the gateway to Africa, and Africa tops the list for adventures these days. Hundreds of adventurers set out from Cape Town each week.
I see. In other words, you foist this stuff off on greenhorn adventurers.
Listen, nobody's ever complained about the quality so far. Just me on the safe side. I've got to admit that no one's ever returned either. So, if you want to buy something, don't be bashful. Just let me know.
A curtain.
Are you crazy?
What deed confronts my eyes? Leave the young lady alone at once.
Shut your trap. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Not bad, the service here in Cape Town.
Bet you didn't know you get a set of blue eyes to go with it, did ya? Haven't seen anything but water for a while, huh?
I just wanted to see if the gambit would work again.
And I just wanted to see if it was time for a real He-Man to appear.
Another one of those poor lunatics trying to make their fortune in Cape Town.
Ha!
What do you mean, ha?
Dear me. Ha! As in, ha! Another one of those down-and-out adventurers bent on trying their luck in Africa.
I'm a successful adventurer too, and the captain of a ship.
Captain? Of which vessel? I know all the ships in this region.
Of the legendary Charming Princess.
Charming Princess? Never heard of her. Hold on, I have. Wasn't she the ship that was stranded off the coast of Bali because her crew was pickled? Half the Indian Ocean is still chuckling over that story to this very day.
That, in all likelihood, would have been the Farming Princess. They're easy to confuse, those two.
Didn't you say your name was Keane?
Let's change the subject.
Ha! Well done.
I don't care if you're successful or not.
That's exactly the reaction most unsuccessful adventurers display. Well, still interested in having a chat with a successful adventurer?
Prove you were successful.
Ha! Nothing simpler than that. I was on the Canary Isles and did a fabulous business there, old chap.
Prove you visited the Canaries.
I do have a bottle of fine Norwegian rum here. That's proof if there ever was any. It's the basis of my not inconsiderable wealth. The natives are literally mad about this stuff. Ha!
Prove that you're wealthy.
Let's see, here, you take the bottle. After all, I still got hundreds of them. Ha!
Now there's a man who talks turkey. Thank you very much, sir.
The main thing is that you believe I truly am a successful adventurer. Ah, what's the point? No one's listening anyway. I could say Lord knows what. Give to the Federation of Wales. Help to elect Moby Dick President of South Africa.
Here, take this bottle. But don't drink too much. We'll be setting sail soon.
Rum! Hey, it's a start.
Time for us to get going,
Time for a pub crawl.
and we won't be back until the funds run out.
See you later, Jack.
But I keep the last of my moolah here so that Eric and Lawrence don't find it. Oops. Now the plank is broken clean off. So much for my secret stash. Oh well, more than these 30 shillings weren't in there anyway. It seems to me he's wearing a British uniform under his poncho.
Well then, all cats are grey at night.
What are you trying to say?
Right, let me put it this way. The early bird catches the worm.
What if it doesn't?
Oh, for heaven's sake, the password! How am I to know whether to trust you if you don't give me the password?
No one ever said anything about a password.
They didn't. Rats, the colleagues of the Foreign Office have botched things up again. There simply should be more agents of my caliber. That would put a stop to the constant danger facing the Empire. Moving along, are you Mr. Keane?
Didn't I mention it earlier?
Splendid, splendid. What I'll do is clue you in a bit then. Not too much, mind you. After all, you are merely the courier. So, I, the best agent the Empire can muster, am being sent to Tooth Island to get a look at what a certain renegade Dr. T is up to there. You see, the Empire has been pitted against a dire stroke of fate. A strange species of tea-eating plants is gobbling up the Indian tea plantations to their very roots. Only one variety has been spared. The tea owned and grown by Dr. T. Sounds a bit odd, doesn't it?
Plants that eat tea leaves? Oh, come on. What's so odd about that?
Nothing personal, but that strikes me as a bit odd too. Nonetheless, it is a known fact that this Dr. T has conducted experiments on plants.
Oh, a tea crisis. How shocking. I think I'm gonna faint.
All in all, your average subject could stand practicing a little abstinence, but the Queen will never, ever abstain from drinking her morning tea.
So armies are being conscripted and generals sent marching off all because of the Queen's tea?
Much more significant than that, the Queen has sent me.
A tea merchant called Dr. T? How silly can you get?
Personally, I believe it's some form of stage name.
Thank you. It's all clear as day to me.
Excellent.
If you're the Empire's best agent, we've got something to worry about.
Perish forbid! One valiant man is all it takes to turn the tides of battle.
Not exactly what I meant.
Skipped class during history, did you?
What do I have to do?
You? The first thing you could do is make yourself useful by mailing this parcel.
But there's not even a stamp on it.
That is your problem, not mine. Once you have mailed the parcel, I shall be ready to depart.
Listen, I'm a captain, not a...
Don't start putting on airs with me. A courier is a courier, lad. Tisk tisk. Oh, it's so hard to find well-trained staff these days.
What is this Dr. T plotting, anyway?
What that fellow's planning? We haven't a clue, which is precisely why I'm being sent there. All we know is that he's been conducting plant research for decades. Tooth Island is renowned for its giant carnivorous plants. Could it be that he's experimented by manipulating them? Be that as it may, whatever it has to do with the Empire, I must and I will find out. Adventure awaits us! Ha-ha! Onward, lads!
Jeepers creepers, I'm stuck with sailing a madman across the ocean. In other words, I'm really supposed to play mail boy for you?
Do stop putting on those airs all the time. As a certified agent, I know all there is to know about you. I have your complete dossier at my disposal.
So, what do you know about me?
Well, the following story may sound quite familiar to you. In 1871, you were left on the doorstep of a London orphanage at the age of 2, parents unknown. Sole possession, a knife with a strange key on it.
You even know about my knife? That's impressive.
You ran away later on and became, in sequence, a deckhand, able-bodied seaman, and eventually a captain on the London-India route.
I see. Probably the classic situation where my reputation's preceded me.
Quite the contrary. We chose you because your success has been so minimal until now that hardly anybody remembers you.
Hold on there a second. On the London-India route, I'm as fast as greased lightning.
To our knowledge, the only lightning reported was the flash that struck your ship's mast last summer.
Hang on. Nobody can pack a cargo hold fuller than me.
That might be an interesting point, if you'd load something other than rats for a change.
But I'm still the only captain who has never, ever been searched by customs.
Only because the customs officers have a very long list, and you are at the very, very bottom.
Well, all right. So I haven't been too successful recently.
You see, that's why you're the perfect cover for a man of my importance. Now, kindly scrounge up a stamp first, then expedite this extremely important parcel to the post office. After which we should get going.
A mysterious woman on a quest unknown to me.
What's up? Still looking for an adventure?
Tell me, where did your adventure start?
I hail from America. You know, the former British colony.
You don't say. That's a sea route and a half to get all the way to Cape Town.
And where do you come from?
From London. To put it bluntly, I'm not exactly sure myself. I'm a poor lad who had to grow up in an orphanage since he was 2 years old. I never met my parents.
Believe me, sometimes it's better not to know your parents.
And where is your adventure taking you?
I've never heard of the place I'm headed for. I don't come from around here. I have to go to a small island called Tooth Island.
What? Of all places, that uncharted island? I don't believe you for a second.
But it's true. Here's the invitation that was sent to me.
Let me take a look. Tooth Island, it says. Fair enough. It is a bit odd, but you have the same destination as me and my crew.
Wow, fabulous! Would you take me along on board?
Someone like you can naturally sail with us for free.
Really? Hey, thanks a lot, 'cause I'm downright broke. Lucky for me I ran into you.
See you around. The letter she gave me with a stamp on it.
See what I mean? Doesn't make a bit of difference.
He's surprisingly well dressed for a beggar.
By the way, would you perchance have a few pennies for me?
Does that mean I'm supposed to pay the port tax here?
I wouldn't have anything against it, but it really wouldn't be fair and square. I'm merely a sea captain who's had bad luck. I'll tell you a thing or two about Africa, my friend. They'll lie to you and cheat you here. Only the toughest make the grade. A man takes on some daring mission or other without batting an eyelash, and wham!
Oh, wham?
Wham! All gone in a flash. Your crew, ship, honor, fame, and fortune. I've got to start all over again from the bottom rung.
You still seem to have enough money left to smoke a pipe.
Well, it's more like I can't seem to quit. If I only knew someone who needed the pipe more than I do, then I might be able to convince myself to quit smoking.
How many pennies does a man need till he can buy himself a ship, lock, stock, and barrel?
Depends on what you're looking for. They nearly give away old buckets like yours these days.
What an absolutely uncalled-for remark.
That is your ship over there, isn't it?
It certainly is. The charming princess.
It's listing a bit, wouldn't you say?
Poppycock. That can be taken care of in no time.
If you say so.
Do you have any useful tips for me?
Yes, if you don't want to end up like me, then do not do your shopping in that store there. Do not take any strangers on board your ship. And do not even think of setting sail for any mysterious islands.
Are you telling me to quit this game?
Why not? All computer games do is make people aggressive anyway.
Tell me more about your wayward adventure.
I don't really want to talk about this.
Come on, get it off your chest.
All right. I received a letter from South Africa. It said the wealthy owner of a mine had died. His fortune was deposited at a bank, but no one was allowed to withdraw it, because there were no close relatives with the right to do so. Coincidentally, I was supposed to have the same surname as the deceased. That's why the cousin-in-law of his mother's nephew once removed asked me to drop by and withdraw the money for him. A huge sum, 1 million shillings. Try and picture that. And I was entitled to keep 30% for my trouble. Yes, and all I had to do to cover the bank fees was to sign over my ship in his name.
Are you saying you gave your ship to a perfect stranger from South Africa?
Right you are.
Because you thought the perfect stranger was going to present you with a small fortune a bit later?
Correct.
Who would still fall for what must be the oldest trick in the world?
Me, apparently.
At least now I understand why you don't want to talk about it.
Indeed.
I'll see you later.
What is that?
A ship's plank. A small contribution toward your next ship.
Gracious me! From which ship is it?
From mine.
You poor man. So yours is a wreck too?
No, she just needs a bit of tuning up.
You have my heartfelt sympathy. Do you know what? I'll give you my pipe as a gift. You're going to need it when you're stranded on some remote island, forced to put some serious thought into the situation you've gotten into.
But I don't smoke.
Not yet, my good man, not yet. Take my pipe. You'll need it more urgently than I will. And besides, smoking is a wretchedly expensive habit when you're bent on scraping together every penny for a new ship. Help a former sea captain who has lost his ship. Help a former captain in need.
A secret parcel without stamps.
I'm not accepting this unless there are stamps on it. What can I do for you?
Can I mail a parcel here?
Oui, which can plainly be seen by looking at the letterbox over there.
Do you happen to have any stamps?
For Pete's sake, not again. I already told the Mexican guy too. I don't have any stamps.
You mean that guy wanted to get stamps for his parcel but couldn't?
You could put it this way. He failed miserably. And before you ask me to, no, I'm not going to make any exceptions and mail the parcel for free.
I'll be back later.
A few pennies so I can buy myself a new ship. A few blank coppers. Give to a captain of yore. Ah, what's the point? No one's listening anyway. I could say Lord knows what.
The wasps are guarding a poorly rinsed bowl of cereal.
Federation of Wales, help to elect
The wasps are guarding a poorly rinsed bowl of cereal.
See what I mean? Doesn't make a bit of difference. Help a former sea captain who has lost his ship. A small donation for a man whom fate has left in dire straits. Help a former captain in need. A few pennies so I can buy myself a new ship. A few blank coppers. Give to a captain of yore. Ah, what's the point? No one's listening anyway.
An empty canister of Dr. T's finest tea. There can never be enough opportunities for stowage. I know that from personal experience. Incredible! Not bad. Fascinating! An empty canister of Dr. T's finest tea. There can never be enough opportunities for stowage. I know that from personal experience. There's a bit of water in the boat, but it's not sinking. Fresh water. As good as new. Finally ready for shipment.
I could say Lord knows what. Give to the Federation of Wales.
Here's a parcel that's supposed to be sent to India.
Oh, how should it be sent? By air or by sea?
Can it be sent by air?
Sorry, sea is the only road there is.
One of my two trusty companions. Off we go, mateys. Let's set sail for that secret island.
By chance, you still haven't given us any pay.
You'll have to earn that pay first, you lazy landlubbers.
Earn what pay? We've been cruising the seas for months now, and still ain't got a penny to show for it.
And the food used to be better too.
You know we're gonna get 10,000 pounds sterling as soon as we've reached Tooth Island.
Yeah, but the only stupid part is that we haven't reached it yet.
And as long as all the gear we've got in an emergency is 3 spoons and a stuffed parrot, I don't half expect that we're ever going to reach a toothy island in the first place.
You're right. As poorly equipped as we are, we'll just have to stay here.
There you go.
See what I mean? Doesn't make a bit of difference. Help a former sea captain who has lost his ship.
What can I do for you?
I'd like to buy something.
Wonderful. How much were you thinking of spending?
I've got 30 shillings.
Bon, I have 4 very useful products in stock that cost 10 shillings apiece.
Well then, let's give 'em a look.
So listen, what I've got in stock is a pair of outdoor scissors made of Airfield tempered steel, a super durable all-weather ladder, a can of on-drop only concentrated lubricating oil, and a reinforced precision compass.
I need the all-weather lighter.
Très bien chose. You could even set fire to a poodle in a monsoon with that.
I'd like to buy the outdoor scissors.
A good choice, but be careful not to cut yourself.
I'll take the concentrated lubricating oil.
An excellent choice, in case your rudder ever gets rusted stiff.
I've spent all my money.
Come again soon. That is, unless you've already bought something and want to try it out right now.
Now you listen to me.
We're not budging an inch. You still haven't given us any of our pay.
Oh, come on. Don't be that way.
But we are.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Then we can get going.
The captain is one stubborn man.
You can say that again.
That's not going to work. One of my two trusty companions. Now you listen to me.
We're not budging an inch. You...
You'll have to earn that pay first.
Earn what pay?
And the food used to be...
You know we're gonna get 10,000 pounds sterling as soon as we've reached Tooth Island.
Yeah, but the only stupid part is that...
And as long as all the gear we've got in an emergency is 3 spoons...
Eat your words. Of course I've supplied us with important pieces of equipment.
Is that right? What kind of supplies did you get?
Always comes in handy. A brand new pair of scissors.
Great.
Now Eric can do up his hair for dinner.
So that the lights never go out on us. A fabulous lighter.
With all luck, we'll probably be struck by lightning again anyway. That'll light up our lives for sure.
We've got lovely concentrated lubricating oil.
We'd need at least a barrelful to oil all the bloody winches.
Well, we've still got my razor-sharp mind, too.
Which, by the way, hasn't brought us any money, but it has put a pair of nasty debt collectors on our trail.
Does that ease your minds?
It's not much, but with any luck, we won't sink until we're on our way back.
Well then, for our part, let's get going.
A small donation for a man whom fate has left in dire straits. Help a former captain in need.
I mailed your parcel at the post office.
Excellent. In that case, I'm waiting for us to set sail.
My pride and joy. You've navigated my ship right into the rocks! My lovely ship! The apple of my eye!
My map reading was flawless. The island must have shifted.
Hey! Where are you off to? That's my boat! And you're my crew!
Hey, she smells better than you! And we finally got paid!
Paid? Amanda? I thought you were broke!
Jack, you're just too gullible for this world. Nothing personal.
That's completely unbelievable.
No reason to get frazzled, my young hothead.
Great. Absolutely great.
The first thing we must do is find a way of getting away from here.
That shouldn't be too hard. We'll just use the stairs over there.
The stairs? Young man, how very gullible you are. That solution would be far too straightforward. Let's go about solving this like agents. We shall ascend this mountain faster, more inconspicuously, and more efficiently with my special tools. Observe and marvel.
Any more award-winning crowd-stunning ideas?
Well, I believe it could very well be your turn now.
A vital component of my ship's hull back then. A vital component of my ship's hull back then. So that's the best the Queen has to offer.
I readily admit I found myself in more pleasant situations.
I've completed my mission. So where's my reward?
Your reward? Oh, of course. I have taken a hotel room in the village. Your money is waiting for you there.
Then we should get to that hotel as fast as possible so I can clear out of here again. Can you help me somehow? Or are you completely useless?
Well now, I could leave you a smidgen of my extremely helpful secret agent gear. For example, this sewing kit.
A sewing kit? Wow. That's really gonna help in a pinch.
Just as I said.
Do you have any more useful items with you?
Well, this extremely short fuse could come in handy at some point.
A fuse? Without explosives to go with it?
Heavens! Am I supposed to race around with explosives in my pockets?
Fair enough. I won't bug you any longer. Maybe I can use this stuff for something after all. You never know.
For instance, you could mend the tear in my trousers, for a start.
What?
Calm down. I didn't say a word.
My beautiful ship. There she lies.
Well, well, the damage doesn't actually look that bad from over here. Provided it doesn't turn over and capsize, I imagine it could be fixed.
I'll take a look around.
It couldn't hurt.
Pretty but useless. A lovely starfish. An elephant-shaped piggy bank. An elephantette bank? There seems to be a little money inside. There's not much more usable stuff left. There's not much more usable stuff left. I should take a closer look. Hey, there's still gunpowder inside. But other than that, it's useless. Hey, there's still... The rifle is a piece of junk, but there's still some gunpowder in it. A lovely starfish. I can see an opening on the other side. I can see an opening on the other side. A lovely starfish. A lovely starfish. I don't want to be a wimp, but that's a bit too dangerous for me. Maybe the distance can be shortened somehow. A large boulder. It's a bit loose. A wide crevice in the rocks right next to this wobbly boulder. I've filled it with gunpowder. The piggy bank elephant's ready to go. The piggy bank elephant is stuck in the crevice. Let's get out of here. Oh boy. Costly business. That won't happen again. Boy, that was high.
And plop!
You sure were quick about that.
Sneaking up is so easy for me, I could almost do it in my sleep.
Maybe this column could help us get higher up. I liked it better the way it was positioned before. Oh no! What have I done? Slowly but surely it's dawning on me that I'm never going to sail home on the good, old, charming Princess ever again. Wow. Just a few personal belongings. How nice. At least I was able to salvage my personal belongings. If Montgomery hadn't sunk my ship, that monster would surely be able to. Ugh! I get the picture. The suit always has to be a perfect fit. I've attached the thread. The rod's ready to go, and ready to bite. That's the most angular fish I ever caught.
What do you plan on doing with that?
I'm not sure yet. It might help us on our way up.
A seesaw? Now that's what I would call a bit silly.
Do you have a better idea?
No. Oh, it must be hard for you to part with each piece of your ship, now that you've lugged them all the way up here.
That's a seesaw, man.
I hate to say it, but I'm excited to see what you'll come up with next.
I need to jump from a bit higher up for this to have any kind of effect. A vital component of my ship's hull back then. Would you mind standing on the seesaw for a second?
Oh!
So that's the...
Take comfort in the fact that not everyone can have ideas as brilliant as mine.
Seems I'm too light. Maybe you could give jumping a try.
Sorry, but my playground days are truly a thing of the past.
All right. We can rot away here just as well, too.
Right. Which means I'm obliged to prove to you that it cannot work. Gosh, I do seem to be a real heavyweight. I expect we'll have to try something else if we want to get further up using this contraption.
A little piece of the former temple. I'll remove that. Yet another relic from the temple. I'll put the prayer wheel aside for a moment.
That was nearly heavy enough, Jack. Have one more go at it.
One more? You're joking. There's no second stone head here that I could toss down.
Come on, take a lesson from me and let those creative juices flow. I'm sure you'll find something you can throw onto the seesaw.
What's making you so darn heavy, anyway?
What? Me? Heavy? That can hardly be the case with a body as finely tuned as mine. It must be due to all my incredible secret agent tools hidden in every nook and cranny of my clothes.
Don't worry. I'll get you up here in one piece. An empty chest. It's standing at a slight angle. Gee, the chest is tilted downward. If it were heavier, it'd probably slide away. For fashion-conscious men. Hey, maybe I should... No. That must have been lying here since the temple collapsed, too. I had no idea that monks used hair wax or sell it. A heavy chunk of stone. Part of a stone head. Part of a stone head. A fishing hook, not brand new anymore. A delicate bent fishing hook. A lovely starfish. That was probably used to bring things up from the smuggler's cave. Rusted, naturally. How could I expect some old wench to work right away? In my dreams. What? Empty already? But I only put a drop on it. Hopefully that was enough. Part of a stone head. A few tightly closed oysters. A few tightly closed oysters.
So, when am I finally going to be hurtled up, then? I should like to arrive at my adversaries in time for tea.
Could you possibly make yourself lighter somehow?
Lighter? Now, as I am physically a lightweight in the peak of condition, the surplus can only be due to my heavy agent's outfit with all its technical refinements.
Well then, let's get those clothes off.
What? Are you asking me to do without my special agent's garb and all my vital tools?
Only until you've made your way up here.
Mr. Keane, your methods are peculiar, to say the least.
Talk about bizarre.
All right already. After all, I'm a formidable opponent, even undressed. Mr. Keane, your methods are peculiar, to say the least.
A nice filler. A nice filler. A nice filler.
Oh, Kama, God of love, send me a husband at last who is worthy of me. Oh, Kama, God of love, maybe you could send me someone else?
The vine looks solid enough to get a good grip on. The rising sun of India.
Oh, hello, stranger.
What are you doing up there so all alone?
Gee, life can be so cruel. My fiancé and I were just about to exchange vows when the wedding temple collapsed in a heap. My poor darling was hit on the head by a stone, and now he's lost his memory. He can't recall a single thing since then. Neither the wedding nor me.
Well now, that's awful about the temple.
Awful? It's a catastrophe. A veritable tragedy that generations will be talking about for ages.
Don't be sad. Other mothers have handsome sons too.
Yes, I've already thought about that too. But Vincent and I had a great future ahead of us. I wanted to get away from this island at last. I wanted to sail the 7 seas.
As a girl Friday in the galley?
No, I want to become a pirate.
Believe me, these days no one wants to become a pirate anymore.
But I really, truly want to. You're not going to stop me.
As you might notice, I'm still stuck here. How about a spot of help?
Who's going to help me in the meantime? And just how am I supposed to help you?
Let your hair down.
It took about 3.5 hours this morning to get my hair just right. You can be sure that I am not going to let it down for you to mess up.
Then toss over the vine.
But psychologically, I'm a complete wreck. I won't help you until you've helped me. You could at least bring me back something that reminds me of my wedding. Fabulous jewels adorned my head. My gorgeous tiara, I've lost it. How am I supposed to return to my village without the tiara? My family is poor. They saved up for it for years.
In other words, if I find your tiara, you'll toss over the vine?
Yes,
What does it look like?
it's wonderful.
That's a big help.
So, upon closer inspection, the loophole in the plan is, naturally, that my clothes are down there now and I am up here. However, just give me a little more time. Naturally, I'll come up with something straight away.
Naturally. The door is jammed. Maybe I could pry it open somehow. A fishing hook, not brand new anymore. Not bad. We must have tipped the buffet right over the cliff edge, too. Disgraceful. Hot Indian spices. The gemstones must have fallen out upon impact. A lovely piece of jewelry. They probably used to hang flags here. They probably used to hang flags here. Incredible! An involuntary present from the oysters. I should have this method patented in my name. As good as new. Here, bride. I've got what you wanted. And I've repaired it. Now, give me the vine. But that wasn't the idea. What I wanted was to climb up it.
Ha! No one ever said anything about that.
That's just great. She really didn't have to cut it down.
Mr. Keane, hold on.
Oh no.
Right, everything's up to snuff again.
Wow. Who'd have thought that?
Child's play for an agent like me. I simply unraveled the seam of my remaining underwear and twisted the threads into a rope.
Please, would you mind sparing me the details?
I should add, the well-meaning young lady from the rock across there took advantage of the opportunity to hop off. Quite hastily, in fact. Something I cannot fathom in the least. Righto, let's get away from here. So, my young hothead, now I'm going to show you the proper way to conduct yourself on an island like this. Observe and learn. If it weren't for my razor-sharp mind and my ability to blend into the jungle in no time at all, we'd never get through this maze safely.
Oh, man. Now I'm really and truly on my own. But then again, I have to consider whether that's actually good or bad. All right. Should I really risk heading into this jungle? Civilization, at last. Hopefully I can pick up my reward here and then head for home. The village appears to consist of an upper and lower region. Interesting. An Indian shrine. Charcoal is about all that's left. The pride of the Empire.
Halt!
Hey, it's my turn!
For what?
To say halt?
It was your turn last week.
It was not! You did it then, too!
Bear with us. We have to clear this up first. So, it was your turn last week.
Yes, but you simply went ahead and jumped the queue with that snake trader.
He spoke to me. I simply replied.
What do you know about snakes?
Quite a lot.
Snakes belong to a suborder of reptiles.
You're not attempting to intrude on a conversation amongst the royal guard, are you?
In ancient Greece, snakes were considered immortal.
He really is attempting to intrude on a conversation amongst the royal guard.
Of all the nerve.
Entry is only for British citizens, like it or not.
I am British, and I want to go to the village.
Ha! Anybody could come up with that.
Precisely. We'd like to see some identification.
I see for once we agree.
Don't hand me that we rubbish. I am a self-reliant individual.
You don't need to see my papers.
Not everyone in the Empire gives in so easily.
I left my identification in my other trousers. Back home, in England.
Fine, we'll wait for your trousers.
England's pretty far away.
Then we'll have a long wait.
We're in the middle of the wilderness. Just let me pass.
We're protecting the Empire from remote inconveniences and encumbrances.
That's why we control our sovereign territory.
As illegal aliens, this post is as impenetrable as a prison door in the Tower of London.
You mean that rusty old...
Oh, just forget I said that.
Oh, pretty please.
Heartrending.
Pity we don't have a heart.
All right. I guess not.
As you see, bureaucracy always wins.
I want my reward.
The reward for getting on people's nerves?
The most anyone would get for that is a royal beating.
I've carried out a mission on Her Majesty's behalf.
We've got nothing to do with things like that. We are merely the operative arm of regional administration.
How can I leave this blasted island?
Well, there is an airfield on this island.
A what?
The airfield that belongs to Dr. T.
He's our superior, you know.
Airships fly from that airfield to Calcutta.
What the blazes is an airship?
Put it like this, a ship that flies.
Ships float. I know that. I'm the captain of a ship.
No, this one flies, 'cause it... Oh, I don't know either. In any case, it flies.
Who is this Dr. T?
He's the governor on this island. Appointed by Her Majesty, he was.
And he exports tea all over the world.
Never heard of Dr. T's finest?
Dr. T's finest. Funny. I've been drinking that since I was a child.
There you go.
Then I'm gonna pay that airfield a visit.
But don't expect any cordial reception. The air route is normally used expressly for the tea trade, and the doctor is, well, a bit eccentric.
Who are you?
The authority.
And civilization.
Why isn't he the authority and you the civilization?
I prefer to think I'm civilization.
You, civilization? You leave your socks lying about everywhere.
How does authority make itself felt?
We decide who is allowed to enter and who is not.
How does civilization make itself felt?
We write down everything that happens and file it with the Royal Archives.
Great. Now I know more.
Well, at least that's something.
I'll come back again later.
Go right ahead.
Looks like a road paved with tar is supposed to be built here someday. Something can be placed on top. Cleans everything spick and span. Removes and dissolves nearly anything reliably. The 1-star of a 1-star hotel. Brightly polished and apparently the hotel manager's pride and joy. Unfortunately, the star is glued tight. As if it wasn't hot enough here. No way! Is it really still that early? It seems to me the Indian hotel manager occupies himself with arts that don't have much to do with India. Oh well, he's simply an open-minded chap. Hectic guests ring that to get sluggish hotel managers to the front desk.
Welcome to the Punjab Inn, the only hotel on Tooth Island with one full star.
The only one that just has 1 star?
The only one that has stars to speak of. Period. Well then, what can I do for you?
A certain man named Montgomery definitely left something here for me.
No, nothing was left behind here. Sorry.
Listen, you. I've been shipwrecked. I have to go to some authority in charge here to pick up the reward for the crossing, and then disappear from this dreary dump in a flash.
Do you have an address or someplace you can be reached?
No. The whole thing's a secret mission.
Oh, dear. Very bad conditions for you to start out with, I imagine.
Yes, what would you do if you were in my shoes?
Oh, when problems arise, I usually sweep my backyard. The perfect place to think things over.
Wonderful. But I don't have a backyard.
Or I polish the windows. That does the trick too.
As I've already said, my ship is a wreck. And that's why I don't have any windows either.
Fixing a water pipe can also be totally inspiring.
I don't think we'll get anywhere this way. Did a certain Mr. Montgomery reserve a room here?
Indeed. But before you ask, this Mr. Montgomery you mentioned is the only one I will let into the room. You see, he has received mail, and that mail is meant surely for his eyes only.
All right, I'll come clean. I'm really a locksmith. And the locks really need...
I'm sure they do.
You are?
No.
Pity. I want to cash in my reward and then get off this hunk of rock.
Then I won't be much help to you at all.
I had a sneaky feeling about that. But it never hurts to say so.
By the way, no ship routes sail here. None.
Which means?
Which means it could be quite some time before you leave here again. Nevertheless, the British guardsmen might have a tip for you.
Why's the fireplace going?
Now you know why we have a star.
For the fireplace? In heat like this?
Definitely. It's the little things that mean so much. According to regulations, a fireplace is awarded 1 star.
In other words, you don't have a star for clean bathrooms?
You have hit the nail on the head. After all, you have to save somewhere when you burn this much wood a day. I am very proud of my star. It means so much to me. It must always sparkle and gleam. And when it does not sparkle and gleam, then I must buff it. My lovely star. Oh, I do love it so. The only condition one must fulfill in having a fireplace is to offer the guest a glass of water now and then.
I would like to book a room.
Cost £2 a night, plus £15 security deposit. That makes £17 if you don't mind.
I'll be able to pay it as soon as I get my reward.
Yes, as soon as soon. Then try coming by again, as soon as possible.
Could I perhaps have something to drink while I'm waiting?
As a hotel with a fireplace, we are contractually obligated to offer you a glass of water, due to the enormous heat. Otherwise, we run the risk of losing our treasured star. In other words, there you are, sir. What are you doing there? The fireplace has gone out. If my hotel came up for inspection now, I'd lose my star.
Maybe later.
So, What are you doing there? The fireplace has gone out.
Maybe later. Charcoal is about all that's left. Maybe later. Removes and dissolves nearly anything reliably.
So, no, now the star has gotten dirty. I'll get the cleaning fluid. Man, oh man. Well, I never. Strange. My star. You must give me back my star right away. Don't do something foolish, mister. Don't you do a thing to it. I must have it back right away. What do you want from me?
I want to get into Mr. Montgomery's room.
All right, you can go in there. If you'd only give me back my star. Here is the key.
So much for that.
Oh, my beloved star. That was very bad of you.
Locked. Not bad. There's still something missing. That did the trick. How nice. At least I was able to salvage my personal belongings. A secret parcel without stamps. Can you believe it? That's the parcel Montgomery made me mail in Cape Town, and there's no money inside. How am I supposed to leave this blasted island now? A letter. Guess those are notes the agent wrote. Da-da-da, can't trust that shady captain, am therefore sending my valuables ahead. Da-da-da, have invested the captain's wages in real estate to be on the safe side. What? He stuck all my money in what? And once I have arrived on the isle, a handsome profit awaits me. Oh, no. How am I ever going to get my money back? Think, Jack, think. If he's invested my money in real estate somewhere, all I have to do is go down there and claim what's mine. Maybe there's something else in the parcel that could help me do that. The owner is entitled to a certain piece of property, but the deed doesn't get very specific. You should always keep an eye on red socks. You never know what they're up to.
Well, Mr. Montgomery from London, you say? He's kept himself quite fit for a 45-year-old.
He doesn't seem very British either.
Do you think he drinks tea?
Hardly.
Well, he probably doesn't come from London either.
Do you think so? We should ask him.
All right, Mr. Montgomery, a little question.
An almost embarrassingly easy one for a native of London.
Which species of bird is found on London's most famous clock tower, Big Ben?
Crows?
That's correct.
But that was an easy one. Even tourists know that.
We shall ask you a second question.
Here it is. One of those newfangled trains departs from London at 8:45 for Birmingham.
A train departs from Birmingham for London at the same time.
Both travel at 20 miles an hour.
The train from London has a scale 3 tailwind.
It's raining.
At precisely 5:30 p.m., what is the temperature of the crossing attendant's tea at the Throttleberry crossing?
Well, isn't the key point here that such a miraculous thing as a train is embellishing our empire?
Ugh.
You put that so nicely.
Welcome to the village, Mr. Montgomery.
Are you gonna raise the barrier now?
No, it's there to block the elephant's way. You could still manage to walk around it, couldn't you?
An Indian work elephant.
Hello, signore. The shop hasn't opened yet. It's still too early, capiche?
I don't really follow.
Dio mio, I'm a businessman, signore.
So you're an Italian businessman?
I'm from India, but I use Italian methods to work with. Sicilian methods, to be precise. You get the drift.
Ah. Now I get it.
Really?
No.
Schimonito, I'm what you call the family. The hush-hush authority in this village.
Oh. Whoops. I wasn't planning on joining that kind of family circle.
You can still back out.
Are you involved in this wedding business too?
Naturally. I got my fingers in all the pies in this village, particularly in those involving the wedding. Shari is my daughter.
If that's so, then how do you get along with the doctor when he's supposedly in charge here?
Doctor? I don't know any doctor.
But he owns this island. At least I thought he did.
Okay, I know the doctor, but I couldn't care less about him. After all, what difference does it make in the end who the island belongs to, on paper?
Actually, all I wanted was to do some shopping.
Like I said, the time's not ripe yet. Capiche?
You can look into the supermarket. That's the somewhat cheaper 1751 model. It says, next reading of self-penned poetry, Monday, 12 p.m. at the Butcher's.
Stop! Admission is only for members of the Kshatriya caste.
She wouldn't even bat an eyelash if the going got tough.
Lovely, how lovely. A new customer. Welcome to the Botana Real Estate Leasing Office. In a few years, property prices are going to be 10 times as high. You can bank on that. Perhaps I could interest you in a piece of real estate in our up-and-coming little village?
I'd be more interested in a ship so I can get out of here.
There aren't any ships here. Botana doesn't even have a harbor. The only thing here is an airship line, but the two British guardsmen can certainly tell you more about that.
I would like to learn more about the village.
Aha! What exactly did you want to know?
I would really like to tour the upper part of the village.
The upper area is reserved for the privileged. Unhappily, not everyone sees it that way. That's why I must guard the door.
I think I'm as privileged as the next man.
Are you a member of a higher caste?
Caste?
There you go.
Who's really in charge on this island? The man outside the supermarket, the British, the doctor, or you?
Naturally, I am. The two British guards were transferred here as punishment for cutting their toenails on the lawn of Buckingham Palace. And as for the doctor, his secret research gives him enough to do. And don't you let old Gopesh tell you anything different.
What's behind all this to-do about a marriage?
Heavens, what a disaster. Just as my son was about to marry, the marriage temple collapsed in a heap. My boy was hit on the head by a stone. Since then, he can't remember a thing. Of course, that's quite tragic for old Gopesh and his daughter too.
Why is that?
Well, I lent them a great deal of money that they can't pay back now. Same old story. Heavens, if they would at least return the elephant piggy bank, I'm sure we could come to an agreement.
I doubt you'll get it back anytime soon.
At any rate, the marriage has been called off for the time being.
Why do the rich people live above and the poor people below?
Yes, it actually is unfair. The rich people always have to climb this terribly long stairway.
That's enough information about the village for now.
A marvelous village, as you now are well aware. Perhaps you're ready to buy a piece of real estate now?
Why do you stack your money in piles outdoors?
I have my eye on everything here. I've decided to put a stop to the riffraff that always wants to get a look at the upper village. First and foremost, Uncle Gopesh. He thinks his rightful place is up there. Rubbish. Someone here has got to crack the whip, you know.
Aren't you afraid someone might rob you?
Rob? Me? Don't make me laugh. Who's going to rob me?
Me, for example.
Are you familiar with the ancient Indian methods used in cases of thievery? I hope so.
But all signs point to this being a British colony.
On paper, my good man. Only on paper.
Fair enough. Certainly no one here is going to rob you.
Not if you know what's good for you.
About those properties.
Oh, I have fabulous properties for you. Take your time, have a look.
All the houses are a bit too crude for my taste.
Only in the lower section of the village, there are still a few dreamy little villas left up above.
But I'm not allowed to go there, right?
Right.
One of those properties belongs to me.
No doubt you have a deed you can show me to prove it.
I have a deed here.
Oh, congratulations! Your money is well invested. Here is the key to your dream house in the Green Quarter.
Wow. I'm a homeowner. If I had my way, I'd rather be a ship owner. But who knows what kind of jewel awaits me?
Enjoy it.
Where was that house again? The one I've got the key to.
In our Green Quarter, we also take pride in calling it the Swamp.
How true. If he stood a few feet more to the left, the stone never would have hit him.
Burnt down halfway. A forlorn grave. Creepy. Locked. An old rotten hatch that could be hiding a secret. Looks a bit run down to me. Looks a bit run down to me. Hey, that thing's just a run-down dump.
Was hit by a stone?
The house is in ruins.
I'd say ruins is overdoing it a bit.
It's a broken down heap.
Heavens, it's a fast-moving business. I can't do a thing about it.
But you said it's a dream house.
True, but generally speaking, our customers are very satisfied. Freak exceptions are always part of the bargain. Let's say it just wasn't your lucky day. Tut, my good man. I'm willing to meet you more than halfway. I'll buy the house back from you. Taking depreciation since the last sale into consideration, that amounts to £10, 1 shilling.
What? 10 quid and 1 shilling are all that's left on my reward?
Whatever sort of reward it is that you keep on babbling about, I'd say the answer is yes.
Curses.
That's that. Yet another route to my estate has been successfully blocked. No one is going to make their way up here so easily anymore. And the new fence? Does it work? Wonderful! You know, you are really the only one with any common sense on this island. Apart from me, of course. Dear, if only people were all like apes. I wouldn't feel nearly so inclined to annihilate them. And now, let us proceed to the airfield and inspect the new balloons. At last, the monkey balloon ship shall sail into the air, loaded with tea-eating plants. My competitors shall soon be down for the count. We shall let the little chap soar over the tea plantations of Ceylon first thing tomorrow. You're right. Let's have some tea and biscuits.
We are only doing our duty in the name of the Queen.
You are very annoying in the name of the Queen.
I think he's watching me.
Watch out how you...
Pando's taxi, at your service. Theoretically, if it wasn't for that pair of pesky nuisances over there who refuse to raise the barrier.
Why are you arguing with the British soldiers?
I'm not sure if I can handle all that at once. Now, my story of what happened is, I went to a party on Friday night. An amazing shindig. After all, I'm the most desirable bachelor in the whole village. And the next morning, it was a total blank. I can't remember a thing. The guardsmen claim that I rode my elephant drunk as a lord, that I crashed into the little guardhouse and lost a butt light in the process. There is no way it could all have happened like that. On the other hand, the butt light really is broken.
And that's why they revoked your license?
If I could straighten out just a few of the things I'm accused of, my guess is they would be happy. But I don't have 10 pounds for the drunken driving, and I haven't the slightest clue how I'm supposed to get that rubbish about ramming the guardhouse out of their heads.
Is there something wrong with entering the jungle on foot?
You could normally. The road leads past the Punjab Inn into the ticket. But a few trees have toppled across the road. Clearing it would be a piece of cake for my elephant, but I'm not allowed on the road. Besides that, why would anyone want to cross the jungle on foot? As dangerous as it is in there, that would be about the same as a death wish. There's only one person here who would dare to go in there alone. A wise old potter, but he's doing his business at the moment. In other words, my elephant is the only sensible means of crossing the jungle right now.
I must get to that airfield.
I'd be happy to take you there, but unfortunately these officers refuse to raise the barrier.
See you later. Here are the 10 pounds the taxi driver owes you for the permit.
And it was high time, too. Tell him.
Hello!
I must get to that airfield.
I'd be happy to take you there, but unfortunately these officers refuse to raise the barrier.
See you later.
Aha!
Make yourself right at home.
But don't stray outside the law, Mr. Montgomery.
Come on, let the elephant out.
Let's see, what other mischief has the chap been up to?
Friday night he drove right into our little guardhouse.
A consideration has been paid for the drunkenness part.
The butt light is broken.
We can't let him through with so many offences still unsettled.
I'll come back again later.
Go right ahead.
A lovable old lady.
Bless my stars, a new face!
New, you say? Why? I've had it since I was born.
Ah, a joker. I knew this village was still missing something. Oh well, as long as you're not the elephant handler, it's no skin off my back.
Is that your granddaughter over there?
It sure is, and she's beside herself. Her husband-to-be lost his memory when the temple caved in. But the wedding must be a success. It simply must. Besides that, I've slaved for days cooking up lots of her favorite jam for the party afterward. And now there isn't going to be any party at all.
Don't worry. Jam keeps for ages. It'll last until the next wedding.
No, the wedding must take place. Hello.
I want to put your crazy village behind me as fast as possible.
Let's see. The quickest route leads along the cliffs.
Are you telling me I'll reach a harbor when I've passed the cliffs?
No, you'll fall into the sea. But you'll have gotten out of the village.
What's the story with the elephant handler?
He seduced my granddaughter on Friday. At least I'm dead certain he did. They got drunk and spent a whole night together, which can mean only one thing.
The whole night?
Yes, into the wee hours. I myself heard them laughing and singing.
Doesn't seem like the right time to interfere, if you ask me.
You obviously don't grasp the far-reaching implications here. The wedding must take place. Hello.
What's the story?
He should do at least they got, which can...
The whole...
Yes.
But the soldiers said he rammed their little guardhouse Friday night.
No way. Like I said, Friday night he did far more terrible things. An atrocity. He should be arrested.
Perhaps you should tell the soldiers what he was really up to on Friday night.
Now that's a good idea. I hope they lock him up. Hey, you there!
What, us?
Do you know what that cursed elephant taxi driver Pandu did last Friday night?
Of course we do. He steered his elephant into our hut. Who else could it have been?
Ha! If it were only that. No, he seduced my granddaughter, the bride, and the wedding must be a success.
Is that really true?
I heard it with my own ears. Well, as good as heard it. I'm absolutely certain. You're not going to doubt an old woman's word, are you?
Well, what do we have to do with that?
Arrest him, kill him, or at least keep him away from the wedding.
Does that mean that the elephant at the hut wasn't his at all?
Certainly looks that way.
Which would prove his innocence.
What? Innocence? Are you crazy?
Our interest applies solely to road traffic regulations.
Ah, now I've gone and done him a favor too. Dim-witted Englishman. Bah! Hello, young man.
See you later, madam.
Whether I'm still going to feel fine later, I just don't know.
Yes. What did they tell you?
Good afternoon!
What was that again about your plans for the future?
Gee, if my dear Vincent would only regain his memory at last, we could finally marry after all. Then what we'll do is capture ourselves a ship and raise Keane across the 7 seas.
Just in case you really do capture a ship, let me know. I want out of here.
But don't be in such a rush. Tooth Island is a beautiful island.
I'll have to move on now.
Hello.
Is that your granddaughter over there?
It sure is. Her husband-to-be. But the besides, and now...
Then stop harping and give me the jam.
Gee, you know, before it goes to waste, here, take it. Granny's best homemade.
I must say, it did surprise me to hear he was such a wimp who could lose his memory that easily. Though he is a bit soft around the edges, my beau.
A small chap with a tousled hairdo.
Jeez, what's wrong with you?
What?
You have a nose like a huge potato stuck on your face.
That's not true at all.
Potato face, potato face.
And you're an ugly dwarf.
Better a dwarf than to walk around with a schnozola like that. You could put that thing to work as a pickaxe in a mine. I've heard of the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but a hump like that on somebody's nose is news to me. Together with that hairdo of yours, you could trip the light fantastic on stage as Frankenstein's monster.
Wait a second. Your schnozola looks a lot funnier than mine.
Why not? Here at the temple, I am considered to have the most distinctive nose.
Ooh, my favorite jam! That will take my mind off all this. But only for a little while, because the jar's already empty. As empty as I feel. Here, take the empty jar back. All it does is depress me.
Quite pretty, I must say.
What is supposed to have happened that was so bad?
It's not the first time we've caught you committing an offense.
That's not going to work.
There was nothing dangerous about it.
That's not going to work.
People were endangered.
I don't think that'll work.
Public law and order was disturbed.
Listen, I was on the right lane for a second while making a turn.
I don't think that'll work.
It's an old habit. Back then, we all used to do it.
The butt light is broken. Time for a new one.
Here yet
Quite
either.
pretty, I must
now,
say.
British traffic regulations apply.
Hey, that's it.
Traffic regulations. Oh, sure. I know them backwards and forwards.
We certainly hope so.
Aha!
Make yourself right at home.
But don't...
Come on, let the elephant out.
Let's see, what other mischief has the chap been up to?
All that about the guardhouse is over and done with.
A consideration has been paid for the drunkenness part.
The matter of the butt light's been cleared up.
Under the circumstances, we could allow a resumption of travel.
Well, don't you think you ought to discuss decisions like that with me first?
Stephen, not in front of the customer, please.
We'll talk about it again over tea.
Hello!
I must get to that airfield.
Right! All my problems are solved. Ready to ride into the jungle?
Let's go.
And hold on tight.
Would I really be safe on top of that?
I certainly hope you've got plenty of insurance.
Well, well, that's a plank from the charming princess.
Well, at least it was when it raised anchor.
Good, good. Wherever he sails, we'll figure that out too.
About that donation, would you care to...
Let me pound him to a pulp, all right?
What?
It might be better if we didn't leave any tracks behind.
You've got a clever friend there. Oh no! The road is blocked! The road is blocked. My elephant can't get through.
Then forget about your elephant. I'll manage on my own.
Through the jungle?
Whatever it takes.
So, time for a picnic.
That thing is holding the tree trunks down. I think he's watching me.
I'll wait here until you've given up searching.
Thanks. You're a big help. Contains everything in case of an accident involving an elephant. Various tools to help get a worn-out elephant back up on its feet again. I can see the anaconda's den. It must have fallen from that giant tree. A wooden board. It doesn't rule out some kind of danger. It doesn't rule out some kind of danger. A fence that clearly says don't. Looks as if the prospect of tourism doesn't particularly delight them. I should take a closer look. It's seen better days. Fits perfectly. A little round hole. A little round hole. A small rundown hut with a peculiar device on the roof. This teeny-weeny veranda surely can't carry the weight of a full-grown jack. Metal, through and through. That's gonna help me. Prods are used to guide elephants. If I were Tarzan, that would be the only vine I'd swing on. A sturdy vine. A shrine with a tiny statue of an elephant inside. It could have something to do with an ancient cult. I see a path on the other side. That's not a plant. That's a monster. That's not a plant. That's a Guess the key point here is watch out. It still looks dangerous. Mother Nature has already shaped it into a practical bowl. Mother Nature has already shaped it into a practical bowl. Nearly as good as a flower pot. It looks much more likable that way. It looks much more likable that way. That's not a plant. That's a monster. A fence that clearly says don't. Hello? Hello?
Flight service, how can I help you?
Could I book a seat on one of your, airships?
Just a moment, I'm checking. Oh, everything is fully booked. Goodbye.
Hey, you didn't even take a look.
I have indeed.
In that case, I'd like to take the next...
Sorry, fully booked.
Did I hear you right? There aren't that many people on this island in the first place.
There is an elephant transport scheduled.
Oh, come on. I'll pay whatever it takes.
The only currency we accept is East Peruvian soul.
What kind of nonsense is that?
An official resolution of the Airfield Flight Authority from August 21st.
From August 21st? But that's today.
Quite right.
Look, you can bend the rules for once. I've got to get off this flaming island.
We all have our problems.
I have a sneaky feeling we started off on the wrong foot. Maybe we could start from scratch.
If you say so.
Wonderful. All I want is to leave this island.
Well, well, so that's Mr. Jack Keane.
Dr. T?
Welcome to my humble abode. So, you're the candidate from America.
Yes, I'm here at last. No doubt you've been waiting for me with bated breath. Happy to see me? Never faltering an inch, I took on the burdens of this long journey
Yes, that's enough.
What?
I'm pleased to death. Let's move on to business. Do you know how to handle that rifle, too?
You bet. I never miss. Back home, I always...
Quite so, I'm sure. You are my new right-hand henchwoman.
Oh, that's fabulous.
That is, if you don't muck up your introductory exam.
I won't, I promise.
Then listen closely, my pad. Down below at the gateway to my airfield, Miss Gristle, my housekeeper, is taking the greatest pains to get rid of a fellow by the name of Jack Keane.
Yes, I already ran into him. He seems to be a harmless kind of guy. Definitely willing, but not too able.
Could be. But perhaps this Jack Keane is also the key to an ancient secret resting on Tooth Island. A secret that has slumbered for 20 years. It's for you to find out if Jack has landed on this island accidentally, or if he is here on a mission.
What kind of mission could he have?
Jack could be on a quest for things which he might regard as his. And perhaps his quest even includes finding me.
What's the deal with Jack and a potential secret?
It's the name Keane that arouses my suspicions. There were already others on this island with the name Keane. It was quite a while ago. People who worked for me. Perhaps he has something to do with them. And perhaps he will unleash a fateful legacy. A legacy that could fit my plans very nicely.
No problem. I'll find out.
We shall see. Your mission is the following. Find out where the man is staying. And search for a piece of evidence that proves he is here on a mission. Once you know that he is on a mission, you'll lay bait for him on the table where he's staying. A piece of paper with a certain year written on it. If he is whom I think he is, that piece of paper could lead him to a treasure. And when Jack finds that treasure, I'm going to take it for myself. It would save me years of research and bring me that much closer to my goal of destroying my greatest enemy, the British Empire.
The what?
The Empire. The British Empire.
Right, the Empire.
Do not correct me.
Excuse me.
And now, get going.
I'm long gone. Everything will be done to your utmost satisfaction.
As I said, I'd like to get to Calcutta.
Just a moment, I'm checking. Oh,
That's my
everything
big
is
chance to
fully
look
booked.
around on the
Goodbye.
sly.
Hey,
Whatever I do, I
you
shouldn't
haven't
blow
even
it.
looked yet.
I have indeed.
In that case, I'd like to take the next...
Sorry, fully booked.
Did I hear you right? There aren't that many people on this island in the first place.
Aha! The path down to the village starts here, but it's pretty steep. Aha! The path down a telescope. Hey, that's the back of a house. A bucket. The man has taste. A vase. It appears to be an ordinary barrel. The tree trunks are blocking the path. That thing is holding down the tree trunks. A friendly man from India.
Oh, a customer! Sorry, but my taxi is already taken. I'm still waiting for a customer to return.
Who are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for that impetuous young man. I still owe him a favor. but he probably got eaten by a jungle animal.
Your young man is standing at the end of the road. You could pick him up.
You know, I do it right away, but the road is blocked.
Mighty Amanda has cleared path with stick that spits fire.
Would it be that you're confusing Indians with Indians?
Oh, excuse me.
The path is clear? How lovely for my business. That means I can pick up that young man. Oh no! Where is my prod? How am I supposed to guide my elephant without a prod? I'm stuck.
A cross between an elephant and a London taxicab. Apparently it belongs to that British guard post. An umbrella with a grip like a handle, made in England. Strange underwear for a British guardsman. Not the most harmless solution. Makes everything clean as a whistle. That might help me further. He appears to be a typical inhabitant of this little village.
Ah, good day to you. I'm sorry to say all our rooms are booked. The last room was taken by a guest from England.
Who is this guest from England?
He is a somewhat insistent young man, although his head does have an extremely nice shape. But that's beside the point. What do you want from my guest?
I've got to know if he's here by chance or on purpose.
I had some difficulties finding that out too.
I'd like to put flowers in his room. You know how it is.
Oh, of course, I understand. Give me the flowers. I'll put them in his room.
Actually, I'd rather do it myself.
No, that's against the hotel manager's code. And it would cost me my star.
I'm Dr. T's new assistant, and I'd like to look at the rooms.
It doesn't matter whose assistant you are. The rooms are a matter for guests and no one else.
I'd like a job as cleaning woman. May I take a look around my new workplace?
Thank you. I get along quite well on my own.
Wow, no doubt it takes a strong and intelligent person to run a place like this.
Yes, you're right about that. Many different talents are the mark of a true hotel manager.
Absolutely amazing to find all that combined in one single person.
Yes, isn't it? I feel we are on the same wavelength. At last, someone who is able to appreciate my many talents.
Have a nice day. I think I should open it. What harm is there?
Hey, hands off!
As if it wasn't hot enough here. It's broken, naturally. The doctor's basically in charge of them, but I don't think they're all in the same boat.
Halt!
Hey, it's my turn.
For what?
To say halt.
It was your turn last time.
Was not. You've already had a go at it too.
Ahem.
Bear with us. We have to clear this up first. So, it was your turn last time.
Yes, but you simply elbowed your way past with that agent from London.
The chap from London spoke to me. I simply replied.
What do you know about London?
Quite a lot.
In London, it rains 220 days a year on the average.
She's not attempting to intrude on a conversation amongst the Royal Guard, is she?
Half of London burnt down in the Great Fire of 1666, but only 6 people were injured.
She really is attempting to intrude on a conversation amongst the Royal Guard.
Of all the nerve.
Listen here. Entry is solely for British citizens, like it or not.
I'm a member of your boss's staff. Let me pass.
Our boss is the Queen of England.
And she hasn't said a word about you yet.
Your boss is Dr. T, and I'm his new assistant.
Pity.
Yes, the life expectancy for the doctor's assistants is not what you'd call long.
Presumably, he hasn't even issued identification for you, has he?
As a matter of fact, I don't have an ID.
And no one gets past here without identification, like it or not.
I am, British, so you can let me in.
Oh, of course you're British.
All it takes is one look at the clothing. Surely, an actress at the National Theatre.
Whereas the boots are more reminiscent of outdoor festivals.
You didn't happen to steal that awkward weapon from some South Sea pirate, did you?
And the hairstyle, not a soul in the whole empire runs around like that.
You, from England? I'm terribly sorry, my dear. Never.
Haven't you ever heard of British-American friendship?
No. In our opinion, rebel colonies deserve to be held in special contempt.
Though there is supposed to be good music over there.
Don't stab me in the back all the time.
Can't you make an exception? Pretty please?
Rest assured.
Really?
As long as you prove you're a British citizen.
What kind of exception is that?
Just this once we would refrain from taking additional measures.
For example, interrogations.
Customs penalties.
Searches.
Bothersome questions about your weapons permit.
A request for further certified documents.
Fingerprints.
Toe prints.
Presentation of your social security number.
Presentation of last year's tax statement.
A request for a relative willing to sign a guarantee for you.
Bribes.
Reciting passages from Shakespeare.
As you see, we've got ideas galore.
I'll come back later.
You're welcome to pass by again.
But you won't get past us.
Interesting. An Indian shrine. Brand new and not lit yet. An unused stick of incense.
What is that?
Maybe you can use it as a substitute for the prod?
Actually, you're right. A bit abnormal, I'd say. Why not? My sincere thanks. I must return that favor. Let's drink a beer together. At room temperature, just like the British do.
It's more like a hothouse climate than room temperature around here.
Whatever. And in gratitude for your efforts, I present you with my advertising promotion giveaway. The genuine Ankh Prod bottle opener. A savior indeed, just like my Paxi.
Uh-huh.
Cheers!
A stylish bottle opener. Can it be used to open other things too? Let me just take this apart. If I had something elastic to go with it, I could fasten the telescope on top of the rifle. I've made certain changes. Real pretty, a sharpshooter's gun. I knew I've got what it takes. Let the games begin. I should aim better. 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 I've locked him out. So much for that. Now I'll get this back up to snuff again. Good. The incense stick is glowing. Aha! That's royal stationery. But what's written in the letter? A metal lamp that emits light when filled with oil. How sweet! A stuffed parrot. An old, worn-out duffel bag. Refilled. Strange. There seems to be nothing written on the sheet. And it smells a bit like lemon. Strange. There seems to be nothing written on the sheet. And it smells a bit like lemon. For once, we're not going to be so picky about sticking to the regulations for fire prevention. Something's written here about a job on behalf of Her Majesty. The recipient of the message is supposed to collect important information about the doctor's doings. Well, I'll be. Jack seems to be on a mission, and I'm supposed to set the bait. It also says this document will self-destruct in 10 seconds. What? Silly tourist kitsch. Not what you'd call attractive. The drawings are really strange. Now I know Jack's on a mission, I should finish off my job properly. The doctor should see my best side and praise my work. Now I know Jack's on a mission, I should finish off my job properly. Nothing special. Okay, Jack, what happened on November 6th, 1871? I don't know either, but if the doctor is right, that date has a very special significance for you.
No? What's no supposed to mean this time?
No means no, and that's that!
That's a real toughie, I'd say. And now, perhaps I should just sleep on that one. Aha! The path goes down to the village from here. Quite steeply, by the way. Aha! The path goes down to the... I don't have time for stuff like that.
Hey! Help! Can anybody hear me?
I should take a closer look. A huge piece of luggage. A huge piece of luggage. The only person who can drag more stuff around with them than I.
Hey, you! Help me down from here! Hurry!
What happened to you?
You ask what happened to me? I took quite a fall, I did. And it's all that stupid adventurer's fault. It's always the adventurer's fault. And us poor porters are forced to pay the price.
What do I get in return?
Get in return? You snide little shrimp! The very idea! Either you cut me loose right now, or else...
Or else what?
I've had just about enough of this. I'm going to give you a beating you'll remember. You sad excuse for a sailor. As soon as I get down from here.
Then the best thing for me would be to leave you hanging there.
Come on now. The words just came out that way. Let me down, would you? It's about time someone came. Thanks a lot for your... Say, haven't we met somewhere?
Keane. Jack Keane. En route on Her Majesty's behalf.
Jack? Keane? Faith and Begorra, if that doesn't beat old.
What do you mean by that?
Well, no. Maybe I've met you before. Maybe I haven't. It doesn't matter. The name's Murphy, at your service. Speaking of which, you'd be taking me on sooner or later anyway. Everybody does. But then calamity strikes. Alas, alas.
What the blazes are you talking about?
I'm a porter. The best porter around, if I do say so myself. A guide to the island, to put it another way. My only problem is that my customers never make it to where they're headed. Like this one here. Perish forbid. I've lost him. Food for the anacondas. He's already the second one this week. The first one stole himself a shopping cart full of provisions. And the last I saw of him was at the cave of the Sacred Tiger. Guess I can write him off too.
Your adventurer stole a shopping cart?
With the supplies of liquor he grabbed, there just wasn't enough space in my knapsack. He grabbed the machete and pow! The chain to keep the cart in the market was split right in two. Then off he went to the Sacred Tiger, where both adventurer and shopping cart vanished into thin air. But that's another story.
Are you trying to tell me that you're a lousy island guide?
Bite your tongue. I'm an excellent island guide. What happens to me is that I keep running into lousy adventurers.
Are you telling me you know your way around the island?
I do indeed, as if it were me vest pocket. Why? What do you want to know?
I'd really like to know where the loveliest beach is here.
Listen, bathing is not something I'd recommend. Dr. T has stocked the waters here with oobla jellyfish. Their poison kills immediately. It's his way of keeping castaways off his back, and charter tourists.
I'd really like to know where they serve the best tandoori chicken.
There used to be a snack bar in the village that made luscious chicken, but then the snack bar owner crossed lives with a butcher. What happened then? Well, I won't go into that.
I'd really like to know how I can get to the upper village.
You'd have to belong to the high caste of Kshatriya to do that.
Isn't there some way to get around that?
To be sure. A reincarnation would do the trick for you.
Maybe I'll have more questions later.
I'll escort you to the village.
As a captain who's seen it all, I know that tar can be used for sealing ships. Oh no! What on earth happened? It's all burnt to a crisp. Hey! What does it say here? November 6th, 1871. Who left this for me? And why? What happened on that day? I must find out the story behind this. Where would be the best place to ask about it? Hey! No, who left? What happened? I must... Good that I didn't put any clothing in there. In this case, my being poor has paid off for once. That could still come in handy.
Good day, Mr. Englishman.
What was your job here again?
We are the authority.
In civilization.
Great. Now I know more.
Well, at least that's something.
Good day, Mr. Englishman.
Do you know what happened in November of 1871?
Of course we do.
All events are recorded meticulously. We keep a village chronicle. To all purposes, it should be in there.
Go right ahead and take a look. And if you have any more questions, we'd be glad to tell you more.
We're obligated to do that, you see.
That's a chronicle from 1871. But of all things, the pages on November are the ones missing. Someone tore them out. What do I do now?
Good day, Mr. Englishman.
November is missing from the chronicle.
What? Pages from our lovely chronicle are missing. The last one who borrowed it must have damaged it.
A brief glance at the list of borrowers makes suspects out of the following persons: Signore Gopesh, Lady Rupia, and Granny Louise.
Beneath his weary brow, his eyes flash out like knives.
Hello, Signore. What can I do for you?
You've got a nice shop there.
It's all just a front, so nobody gets wind of the real business going on. Capiche?
Were you the last person to borrow the village chronicle?
You know, I did have it at some point. It had to do with an old feud, but I returned it on time and in mint condition.
I ask myself how that found its way in here. She wouldn't even bat an eyelash if the going got tough.
Hello, can I help you with something?
Were you the last one to borrow the village Chronicle?
It's true, I did have my hands on it, but only briefly, just long enough to find out when old Gopesh and I had seen the judge last. I returned it in perfect condition.
One of my two trusty companions.
Look, our former captain.
There you are, you mutineers.
Mutineers? We didn't jump ship until there was no ship to jump anymore.
And when we finally got a chance to make a little hard cash.
It would have jolly well been your duty to take me with you.
The captain goes down with the ship. That's doing it by the book.
Strange. But somehow he's right here, alive and kicking.
I'm still your captain.
Reading my lips, Jack. Wave quit. Like it or not.
We're abandoning a sinking ship. You can't get much clearer than that.
Or are we supposed to submit something in writing with 7 carbon copies attached?
All right, forget it. Where is Amanda?
She disappeared into the jungle.
In a hurry she was. Kept hopping on about a job interview or something. Blimey, that loss is going places.
You haven't heard the end of this.
The first thing we've got to do is find ourselves some new work.
A lovable old lady.
I'm still furious that I cleared that elephant handler by mistake.
Horrible. Just horrible.
Indeed. I'm still furious that I cleared that elephant handler.
Were you the last person to borrow the village Chronicle?
Yes. Why?
The pages concerning November 1871 are missing.
You don't say. How could that be?
I've been asking myself the same question.
See here, my boy. Precisely that is veiled in a cloak of silence. I'm still...
Were you the last person to...
Yes. Why?
The pages concerning November 1870...
You don't say.
You had the book last. Were the pages already torn out?
Yes. They were already missing.
I don't believe a word.
All right, I own up. I tore them out.
Why would you do that?
The answer is veiled in a cloak of silence.
Cloaks don't interest me either. All I want are those pages.
Well, all right. Here they are.
November 6th, 1871. Botney Station One was destroyed in a terrible fire. The Keane family presumably died in the flames. What? The Keane family? Do I have relatives on this island? I must find that Botney Station One. I'm not going to leave Tooth Island before I do. I've got to get to the bottom of this mystery. It could have something to do with my past. Maybe even how and why I landed in an orphanage. But who could help me find out? Who might know the old secrets and places on this island? I ask myself if the prison was actually built for a plant. I ask myself if the prison was actually built for a plant.
Hello?
Normally, it's the porters who die, while the adventurers survive. Does that ring a bell?
Blarney, you might find that in cheap dime novels, but in reality it's an entirely different situation. The adventurer dies. Murphy survives. I can't do a thing about it. It's like a curse it is.
Are you telling me you know your way around the island?
I do indeed, as if it were me vest pocket. Why? What do you want to know?
I'd really like to know what Botney Station One is.
Something told me you would ask me that sooner or later.
What? Really? How come?
'Twas just a notion I had. That thing has been out of order for about 20 years. But naturally I know how to get there.
Show me.
You'll need a boat. If you have a boat, I'll take you there. But I won't be doing it gladly, I can tell you that. Horrible memories bind me to that place.
Fair enough. I'll go look for a boat and find out what all this is about my past.
So, you useless pack of good-for-nothings! You were supposed to jettison the tea-eaters over the plantations on Ceylon! Do you even know where Ceylon is? Any idea? At any rate, it is not on the west slope of Tooth Island, because that's where my tea plantations happen to be! Sometimes I wonder if you work for the competition! You see, the whole thing really is so easy. You fly your balloons due north until you reach the tea plantations. Then you release the cocoon holding the tea-eating plant. And the plant takes care of the rest. It seems to have worked beautifully. Apart from the flying north bit. As punishment, Chippy and Bubba shall stay here next time and unload cargo containers. As for the rest of you, you're on alert. I might possibly need you soon for an altogether different kind of campaign. It won't be long before the British fleet sails by Tooth Island. And I just might have a secret weapon in my possession by then, so I can finally pay that detestable pyre back! Why do I bother telling all this to you? You don't have the slightest idea what I'm talking about anyway. I shall retire to my mansion and chat with intelligent mammals, which in this case means gorillas, not chimpanzees. Good day, and so much for that.
My lovely dinghy! It sprung a leak. A small chap with a tousled hairdo. A large, sturdy hammer. Large, wide, and stiff-bristled.
Hey, I'm not giving you the hammer just like that. So, what is it this time?
Would you sell me tools to fix something?
What do you want to repair?
I need something to fix my bow.
Actually, nothing's for sale here.
What? But this is a shop.
Oh, good point. I might have something for you after all. I could sell you a paintbrush or a hammer. Take your pick.
I sure hope it won't cost more than a shilling.
It will. 20 shillings. But you could do the family a favor.
Hang on a minute. What do you mean?
I'm talking about a small-time job. Depending on which item you want to repair your boat with, I'd have a different job waiting for you. The job with the hammer involves Luigi, who is locked up. The job with the paintbrush deals with Loretta, who's been kidnapped. What do you say? Are you more the hammer or the paintbrush type?
I want the hammer. What's the deal with Luigi?
Okay then, listen up. Luigi's locked up back there.
He's what? Locked up?
Believe me, it's better if Luigi stays off the streets. But he's hungry. He's always hungry. Bring him something good to eat, and you can take the hammer with you. But watch your step. Luigi goes to the roof when someone offers him rotten meat.
La la la, true love, oh, it comes a-flying, flutters down from near and far, rays of sun and rainbows shining, dancing high your snow-white star. Dum-de-dum. Oh, customer. What do you want?
Was that a poem I just heard?
Poem? Huh? You must be hearing things.
Oh, excuse me.
La la la. If you only were my bride. Oh, it's you. Today's special? Blood sausage.
Oh, got the wrong house number.
La la la. Your skin so fair, in dreams run wild. Today's special.
I need a delicacy for the guy who owns the supermarket.
Don't tell me. It's for Luigi again.
In fact, it is.
That old fart's gonna drive me nuts someday. Hey, I'm not gonna play along in this game forever, you know. Well, the most I can give you would be these party sausages. They were for a wedding reception, but it looks like that's off for the moment. Unfortunately, leaving them out in the sun didn't do much for them.
Party sausages, a little past their prime. If you take a really close look, you can see the bloodlust flashing in their eyes. I'm not going for a swim here. Too far away. Not bad. Fresh, ready-to-bite fish. That wooden plank would fit into my ruined boat perfectly.
Hey, that's great. Luigi's gonna be really happy. You can take the hammer with you. Luigi, mangiare, yum yum time.
Gimme that.
So, what is it this time?
Got another job for me?
All right, so you want the other job. Do you really want the paintbrush job?
Okay. I'll take care of the paintbrush job, too.
Okay, then listen up. The moneylender, the mother of my future son-in-law, kidnapped Loretta some time ago.
Somebody was kidnapped?
But you're gonna get her back.
Well...
All you gotta do is behave like a member of the family. Put the pressure on and demand she hands over Loretta. You do know what I mean by putting on the pressure, don't you?
Thumbscrews.
You'll figure it out. Once you've rescued Loretta and brought her back to me, you can take the paintbrush with you.
Hello, can I help you with something?
Get on with it, woman. Hand over Loretta and make it snappy.
Loretta? Ah, that Loretta. My heavens, was it old man Gopeshe who sent you?
Hey, don't speak badly about the boss. That could cost you a finger.
Listen, my friend, I'll box your ears if you don't mind your manners.
There's no reason to get your feathers ruffled.
The old boy just doesn't know when to call it quits. All right, if Loretta means that much to him, I couldn't care less anyway. Even though I had good cause for taking her away from him. But for once, I'll let bygones be bygones. Loretta is in a small room in the old swamp hamlet.
Loretta is locked up in a dark little room?
Oh yes, it's dark there too.
How barbaric.
Do you think so? Be that as it may, here's the key. And do tell your friend Gopeshe not to run around so cock-a-hoop. The marriage didn't take place, and I'm still the boss.
Thanks to the hammer, I fixed the boat. Open. A golden statue of a hen, and I was afraid that who knows what had happened. A golden statue of a hen, and I was afraid that who knows what had happened.
Ah, there she is. Loretta, mi amore. She's the trophy I got from my famous second place in the hen breeding contest back in '81.
Boy, and the whole time I thought...
You did good. Go ahead, you can take the paintbrush with you.
Gimme that. I could use the paintbrush to glue the plank in and seal it, but I need the right kind of substance to do that. Smoke's coming out of the chimney. I believe I've hit the hot pot dead center.
What kind of awful odor is that?
Yuck! Take that pot outside!
Why is it always me? According to the cleaning plan, it's your turn this week.
Alrighty then. There's not a thing that can go wrong now. Well done. I've sealed the boat with tar. And now get a good look at what a real sailor can do.
I bet when you get going, it'll take till the wee hours.
I'm a fantastic oarsman, you know.
Look! Somebody smashed Jack's ship to a pulp.
I know, mate. You were the one who wanted to take care of that.
Right!
I'm sorry.
I hope Jack didn't go down with it. If he did, how are we supposed to take his head home with us on a spit?
Don't worry, old friend. We'll wait until it gets dark. Then we'll have a look around.
I'm starving.
So what?
Ever heard the one about the two stranded sailors who were starving to death?
No. Why?
They ate each other.
Oh, I suggest it would be better if we looked around right now.
Great.
We made it!
It took longer than I thought.
You'll have to go the rest of the way by yourself. I won't take another step on this cursed soil. Besides that, I like you, and I don't want you to get done in too. All the others I guide across the island end up with shortened lifespans.
What have you experienced here?
I have evil recollections of this place. Actually, you're the one who'd know that.
Why?
Oh, give it a rest. Forget about it.
Can you give me some kind of support?
I don't think so. The only thing I have with me is some salad oil. I wanted to prepare a salad for you when you finished. It was supposed to be a surprise, but silly me. I forgot to bring the salad bowl. Here, may my salad oil bring you happiness.
The resplendent blades present the wind with a large target. It's stuck too firmly in the soil. This path seems strangely familiar to me, as if I'd been here before. I know this place somehow, just not so old and falling apart. A big fresh pumpkin. Fresh soil. I've taken a little soil with me. It seems to be intact, for the most part. Looks like somebody was interrupted in the midst of their work a long time ago. A big fresh pumpkin. That's better. 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 pretty worn out. It begins with the k. Pretty worn out. It begins with the k. A broad-mouthed funnel. Helps you pour liquids right on target. That must be the Botney Station. Creepy and hardly inviting, but I've still got to get in there. If it only wasn't so rusty, it might even work. Now it should work again. Wow. I think I'll be able to get to the bottom of the mystery here. Apparently, quite a few things got broken here, and it happened quite a while ago. I'd put money on it that we're not dealing with ordinary fertilizer here. I guess the best by date expired a long time ago. Think it could still do the job? The creeping vines are blocking the path. Why in blazes does that creeper look so horribly malicious? With a sturdy plant like this, my knife would take ages. A hose leads into the mixer. Besides that, there's a valve for another ingredient. A lamp with a black bulb, but it doesn't seem to be broken. How odd. A lamp with a black bulb, but it doesn't seem to be broken. Nothing's happening. What it's probably lacking is power. A faucet on this peculiar mixing machine. It doesn't seem like any water is flowing. Could it possibly have been turned off somewhere else? What a strange name. Volume 3, New Research Findings. Thanks to our modern equipment, we are able to manipulate plants to a breathtaking degree. The correct amounts of water, light, and special fertilizer are required. Applied properly, our treated plant seeds sprout in a matter of seconds. In addition, we can also use our equipment to create entirely new species. Famine all over the world shall thus soon come to an end. Note at bottom of page. All equipment, devices, and methods of research are the sole property of the Dr. T Trading Company. A flower box. That looks like it was once a wind turbine for generating power. That's not going to work. Part of a technical device. Something once flew through the window here. A beautiful wind wheel. The light is on. Every plumber's nightmare. Impressive technology. It's attached to that large pipe. A number of plumber's tools. A whole load of tools. Pliers, hammers, even adapters for pipes. Seeds are stored here for safekeeping. Looks like a scene from a lab where they do experiments on animals. Could be some kind of manual. The slightly bent piece of pipe fits. Pity. It barely misses the pipe. That should work, although I still have a long way to go before I can call myself a plumber. So these are the seeds of the plants that are supposed to be such a danger to other plant life. So these are the seeds for those meat-eating plants. Completely dusty and soiled, but once it was some kind of workbench. What it needs is a little fresh soil. The flower box is now full of fresh soil. Planted. I have planted the seed. Right. The fertilizer's been poured in. It's very agile. It attacks plants and it's hungry. Luckily, it's only a danger to other plants. Still, I'd prefer keeping my distance. That's a good place for it. I'll hardly be able to open that chest without a key. I don't think that'll work. I've owned the knife ever since my childhood. Oddly enough, there's also a kind of key on it. Diary, November 6th, 1871. We have completed our research. We have successfully created a new elixir. We call it Emerald 13. The effect it has on plants is to make them grow very rapidly. Besides that, they become strong and intelligent somehow. Almost frighteningly intelligent. At any rate, the doctor is satisfied. He's even invited us to a pool party. It must have been a slip of his tongue. He spoke of a shark pool party. Our feelings about all this are rather mixed. We'd be better off leaving Emerald 13 here and hiding it. The only way anyone can get to it is with our family key. Should anything happen, Dr. Umbadi in Calcutta will know what needs to be done. Oh my. Does Dr. T have my parents' blood on his hands? I must get this elixir to Calcutta. But how in blazes am I supposed to get there? Maybe I should take another look at that hangar. Emerald 13.
Now you know the tale behind it.
The tale that once upon a time I grew up here?
Yes, you were born here 23 years ago. Your parents worked for Dr. T. They were gung-ho scientists.
You surely mean thorough scientists, don't you?
I would tend to put the accent on gung-ho, as in passionate. Let's say their passion made the two of them blind to what they were researching. An elixir that turns greedy meat-eating plants from Tooth Island into full-fledged killer machines.
Do you mean Emerald 13?
That's the one. You found the elixir.
What part do you play in the whole story?
I was your babysitter.
Are you pulling my leg? I can't remember for the life of me. Were we good mates who played practical jokes on everybody in the neighborhood?
Now, first of all, you were only a wee 3 years old at the time. Secondly, well, you were pretty much a pain in the neck. But the worst thing was that you kept putting slimy slugs in my shoes. Yeah.
Funny. My childhood has become a complete blank to me. My first memories are of an orphanage in London. What happened? What made me leave here?
Well now, one day your parents paid a visit to Dr. T, and they never came back. You were here in the house, and then... Spare me! I can't go on with this!
What happened then, Murphy? What gave me this fear of heights?
No, I'm not going to tell you. Perhaps later on. Some other time.
What am I supposed to do with Emerald 13 now?
How should I know? I'm just a guide for adventurers. And every adventurer I've guided until now has blundered into a fatal trap. In other words, you shouldn't follow my advice. Although, if you're interested in my opinion, then get Emerald 13 off this island before the doctor can use it for his evil plans.
If I do, then I'll have to find a safe place for Emerald 13. What? Was I like that back then, too?
That's one way to put it. Be that as it may, do what you think is best. Off to Calcutta with you, and leave us to fend for ourselves.
I'll drink a beer to your health when I get there.
As long as you don't eat any beef curry to my health.
Incredible! Calcutta of all places. What a coincidence. Looks like it's being shipped to Calcutta. What a coincidence. That's where my parents' old friend lives. At least, that's what the entry in the diary said. Looks like it's being shipped to Calcutta. What a coincidence. That's where my parents' old friend lives. At least, that's what the entry in the diary said. Hey, what?
Aha! The prey has been cornered. Could it really be thee, Jack Keane? Unbelievable. Perhaps he's actually found something I've overlooked. Dear child.
Yes, boss?
You now have a chance to show just how talented you are. Bring me that Keane fellow. He might have something that could be useful to us.
I'll take care of that right away.
Grand. Oh, my pet.
Yes, boss?
If he manages to slip through your fingers, that was my first and last job for you.
Okay.
Now, be off and start demonstrating your intelligence to me.
My...
intelligence.
You got it.
You don't have any problem with the way I speak, do you?
No way. Why, my Uncle George had a way with words that sounded, cute, too.
You just might be one of the few human beings around me with a future, sweetie.
Oh, it's nice to hear that, but I've really got to get going now.
Be off, then!
Time for me to get the cargo out of the container. Oh, Jack got away.
You blasted door! Open, you!
The elevator apparently made its last trip when Jack wanted to use it to escape. Now he's trapped down there. The thing is, how can I get down to him? Not bad. There it is. Dangerous. There it is. Dangerous. I don't think it's the right time yet. Looks like a manual for the monkeys. Jack probably broke out when the monkeys wanted to unload the container, then followed up by taking a few swings at them. Looks like a manual for the monkeys. Reminds me of the rugby games back home. That'll help me. That'll help me. Could be important. Jack must have broken off the lever to switch off the light in order to give the monkeys a beating. That won't work like that. A balloon seems to be in there, but it's sealed tight. Some kind of guide groove for moving the ramp. The box is standing in the hollow. I've taken a balloon with me. A completely dilapidated valve attached to a helium pipe. I've gotten rid of the valve. Now the helium is escaping. I've secured the balloon. A narrow slot. Fits. I've successfully unloaded the container. What's the next step? One lamp less. One lamp less. One lamp less. One lamp less. The technician's going to have one heck of a time when he has to get all of this up and working again. Ready.
go. Get out of here, you stupid monkey. Hello? Can you see me? About time. Now all I have to do is get Jack out of the elevator and hand him over to the doctor.
Give way, you bloody door! Hey, that sounds like an airship. That could be the thing to save me.
Stop, you scoundrel! Hold it right there!
Oh no, so high! I have to jump. I can do not.
Nice try, cowboy.
So, my dear Jack, you've barely found out who your parents were, and I already hold their best-kept secret in my hands. Yes, quite right. Your parents were geniuses. Actually, they were only supposed to create a plant that devours other plants. Tea plants. But they went on to develop an elixir that bestowed incredible powers on plants. Unfortunately, they refused to hand it over to me, even when I became somewhat aggressive. But fortunately, you came along and solved that puzzle, providing me with Emerald 13. I have reproduced it and fed it to my carnivorous plants. Sorry, that's a meat eater in your vocabulary. And now, instead of tea eaters, my monkey man balloons carry invincible plants that will eat anything! Ha ha! Who would settle for a tea pyre when they can vanquish the entire British pyre? See them taking off? They are all taken to the air from my secret base. And the target is the fleet of the British Empire!
Of the what?
Of the Empire!
The Empire?
That's the one. Fortunately, when this is all over, I shall never have to try to pronounce it again. The fleet of that despicable realm shall sail by the shores of Tooth Island soon. It's an opportunity I shan't miss. I am going to destroy all of their ships by dropping the most fearsome plant beast on them that the world has ever seen. Oh yes, it is going to rain killer plants on the Royal Navy. And England will grovel at my feet, whimpering for mercy.
You can't do that! The work of the formula hadn't been completed yet. The plants are going to multiply out of control.
So what?
They could spread across the entire planet. All of mankind is threatened.
Dear, dear. There is no way to avoid certain risks. Take you, for example. You ran the risk of taking me on, and now you find yourself in my death trap.
What? Death trap? We want to kill Jack?
Of course, Amanda. What did you think? I have constructed such a wonderful death trap for him.
Dr. T, you are one sick man. And I'm going to pay you back for all of this.
Hardly. When the first ray of sunlight shines through the glass, you are going to go up in flames. And we shall stand here watching you as you go. Ha!
Well now, boss.
What's on your mind now?
Wouldn't it have a lot more style to just let him hang here in blind faith, so to speak? He's surely going to face his doom.
Of course! You're right, my pet. The more I think about it, I nearly committed a terrible error. Farewell, Jack. Unhappy ending.
Sorry I couldn't buy you more time, Jack. I did the best I could.
Right. All tied up in a glass dome without my knife. I'll be free again in a jiffy.
It's a shame we didn't meet under different circumstances. There could have been something there. The problem is you're just too darn decent.
Yeah. Go keep that monster company. Have a good time with mankind on your conscience. Oh, great. And the first ray of sunshine will grill me to a crisp. I've got to get out of here. Not bad. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Nice and oily.
Ah!
The glass is all dark and sooty. I can't see a thing of what's going on outside. Cleaned glass. Cleaned glass. Cleaned glass. I should take a closer look. I should take a closer look. Ugh! Barely. But I made it. I've got to get down from here before it all collapses. Help! Can anybody hear me? Help!
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, who's doing all that shouting?
Oh no.
Potato Face.
Of all people. Him.
What are you doing over there?
Well, what are you doing here?
This is the best spot for gathering herbs on all of Tooth Island. The sunny high hills, man. So tell me, what have you been up to?
There's no time for explanations. Help me down here.
There never really was much doubt that you'd get stuck sooner or later.
I don't think I want you to help me after all.
Your wish is my command.
Hey!
Potato Face, you haven't budged an inch.
Yes, and I might just need your help after all.
There never really was much doubt that you'd get stuck sooner or later.
All right already. Help me.
Why don't you just jump?
Jump? If you only knew.
You're not only a potato face, you're a coward too.
Let's just put a stop to all this nonsense and help me get down from here.
All right, but how?
There must be something you can do.
Try this.
One of those classic flagpoles. Not bad. One of those classic flagpoles. One of the few objects in this room that a lighthouse keeper really perhaps ought to own. It's burning. It says first place at the 1877 sword fishing contest. The ultimate trophy for competitive sports fishing lies in there. You can shift it to get a variety of books. A pedestal. Wow, the Gordian knot, the supreme challenge for any seafaring man. I can't open it. That doesn't seem to work. scratched the glass and knocked it in. My way down, barred, unfortunately. Once upon a time, it was a can of figs. Would you look at that clever seal in the freshness mechanism? That must have fishing gear inside. Looks a lot like dynamite. That's not going to work. Yikes! Oh no! My way down, barred, unfortunately.
Hats off to you on that one, Potato Face.
Oh, leave me alone. I've had enough. I'm gonna take this boat and get out of here.
You can't get out of here.
Why not?
Don't you realize that you have a task to fulfill here?
What's it to you? I've had it with this godforsaken island, with my past, with everything.
Potato Face. Jack, listen to me. You know you have certain ties with this island. Something terrible is going to happen if you don't prevent it. You have a responsibility to this island.
But I don't want that kind of responsibility. I never wanted it.
Jack, you've spent your whole life running away. The time has come to confront your past. Take up this challenge and accept it. This time, there is much more at stake than just you. Jack, grow up at last, will you?
But...
No buts. The time is ripe. Take up the challenge. Face the danger. Face your life.
Okay, stop! Fine! I'll do it.
Your path lies before you, Jack. All you need to do is take the first step. You will find it just a few yards from here. The sacred temple called Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Daniels? Well, don't Indian temples have names like Dab, Sherpindi, Balachan, Singwala, or ones like that?
Yes, yes. It's due to historical reasons. Everybody makes fun of it. Now go there and begin your training with my brothers. After that, you will be strong and steadfast, worthy of a showdown with the Doctor. You will have it in you to prevent him from performing his evil deeds once and for all.
Thanks again
Don't mention it, Potato Face. I'm sure we will meet again. If you survive the deadly ordeals unharmed, or at least are able to speak afterward, or in a position to give me hand signals, or...
Okay. Enough already.
Very well. Good luck then.
All right. Easy, Jack. You're afraid of heights. The bridge looks old and we don't know the people. Caution is the name of the game. Strange. Looks more like a mine than part of a temple complex. A case of hard liquor. Funny, they look more like merchants' ledgers than ancient scriptures. Mystical. A grumpy sort of chap. It'd definitely bring a fortune on London's black market.
What do you want? Get lost. We've already paid our taxes.
My name is Jack, and I want to be trained.
Training for what? To be a leather vest salesman?
No, a priest told me.
Priest? Aha. Alright, if that's the way it is. Welcome to the sacred temple. We'll start off with a test to see if it's worth bothering with you at all. It's the ordeal of space. Any more questions?
Why is your temple a mine?
Let's say, the reasons are financial. Decent temples cost a load of money, you know.
Nope. Let's begin.
Alrighty, then let's get straight to the point. Climb onto this pedestal and find space. Space and time, Jack. There are two ways to solve this one.
He definitely wouldn't like it. He definitely wouldn't like it. He definitely wouldn't like it.
Jack, find space. Very good, Jack. Now walk down that passage where your next ordeal awaits you. Very good, Jack. Now walk down that passage where your next ordeal awaits you. Very good, Jack.
A mysterious door. A mysterious door.
Ah, so you're the new guy. What a wonderful coincidence. I happen to have a very substantial, spiritually formative task for you. To make a long story short, repair this contraption. There was a hefty earthquake yesterday. Quite a few things got broken. The worst was, that valve up there that's supposed to press hot steam through the contraption got bent. Now the steam can't get through. But the steam has to get through. If it doesn't, then we can't distill any more liquor. In other words, you make sure this steam gets through again. Any questions?
Huh? What am I supposed to do?
So, the busted valve is over there. That's why no heat reaches the machine anymore. Use any means available to you to pipe the heat back into that gizmo. Do you get the picture?
One question did occur to me. Namely, why do you priests distill liquor?
Okay, it's like this. This is our distillery. We distill liquor here. And we've got no choice either. Where else are we going to get any money? Our religion was rejected as non-eligible for government subsidies in spite of a 50-page business plan. They make things as tough on us as they can.
Do I detect the frustrated sounds of a game designer in this monologue?
Don't throw a fit. On second thought, it's not as bad as it sounds.
Don't tell me. That's why your temple is called Mr. Daniels.
Afraid so. You may find that amusing for the moment, but someday we'll hit the fortunate 500.
Would you consider adding on a first name?
Good idea, Jack. That would give our liquor more of a personal touch.
All right, let's get to work.
I'm curious to see which part you will choose. That of the body or that of the mind? Although, frankly, I couldn't care less as long as you get that stupid contraption of ours running again.
A cricket bat? What a bizarre religion. An odd-looking sunshade. A large flute with slightly clogged holes. I'm definitely not going to play it. I've got it. The completely bent valve prevents the water from flowing to the right into the machine. It can only flow left to the little discharge valve. I presume that hard liquor is being stored in the barrel. I've taken it. I've taken it. I'm not afraid of spiders, as long as they're not man-sized. That's the lower connection to the pneumatic delivery system. This is the right place. A remnant from the time when this was a mine. Seems something's still missing. Filled. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Fits. It works. That's not going to work. Fits like a glove. Hey, that'll work as a connecting piece. That did the trick.
Excellent. You fixed the machine. Now we can finally get back to making booze again. I mean, well done, apprentice. My brother and I must now consult on the next ordeal for you.
What do you think? The pit of death? No.
Maybe the spikes of dread? Nah, we had those already.
Yeah, I've got it. The tiger.
Tiger? What's that supposed to mean?
A sacred tiger lives on our island. You must pay him a visit. When the tiger appears on his hill and roars, then, and only then, you'll have mastered the tasks of an elementary level disciple.
Questions?
What exactly do I have to do?
You must cross the cave of ordeals. Until you stand face to face with the tiger, the rest lies in the hands of fate.
The key thing is, the tiger must show himself on the hill, and he must roar.
Okay, this tiger you're talking about. He's pretty tame, isn't he?
Tame? The tiger is fierce and deadly.
Just what I wanted to hear.
He has already devoured many men.
Devoured?
With fangs as large as...
Enough already.
If you say so, you'll be terrified to death soon enough.
Come on! You all trembled with fear when you had to go through this ordeal, didn't you?
Us? We didn't go to the ordeal.
That's right. We graduated according to the old ordeal requirements.
It would have been way too dangerous, taking on the sacred tiger.
I'm ready.
Then follow us to the cave of the sacred tiger, where you must prove your valor.
The tiger must be visible on the hill, and he must roar.
I've taken it. A sticky part of the spider web. I have a bottle. That's disgusting. Wow, that's a shopping cart hanging up there. Didn't Murphy say something about an adventurer who'd vanished with the shopping cart? Much too dangerous to leap across there. A stalactite. Yikes! My echo is making it vibrate. Hello? Echo? The thing seems to be It's moving. It's falling. Tools against vampires? Were they of any help to their previous owner? A hammer and stake. But who left it all behind? And whatever became of them? I'd rather not put any more thought into that. A liquor barrel.
Wait, don't say a word. Somewhere before, I'm sure I've...
Montgomery, you good-for-nothing agent.
Ah, now I remember. The captain with the slight twist to port at the helm.
Twist to port? You steered my ship right into the rocks.
Now, the last thing we want to do is rekindle ancient disputes.
What on earth are you doing here?
I'm playing a good hand of an English card game. And my leg, well, let's say it's currently unavailable on short notice. There was a violent skirmish after the beast dragged me here all the way from the bluffs on the coast.
But is that the sacred tiger? Is he dead?
I can definitely affirm that, and with no small amount of pride.
Oh, no!
You should be pleased. One monster less on this island.
But, once again, nice and slowly, you killed The sacred tiger?
In self-defense. And a heroic battle of titans it was, I might add.
How in the heck am I supposed to complete my training now?
Training? You'd be better off helping me get my leg unstuck.
Fair enough. I'll help you get out of here, and you help me out of this dead tiger mess.
Your instructors don't need to know the tiger is dead.
Of course not. There's only one small matter of a 4-foot stone stake in his back. Oh, I'm sure they won't even notice that. Just like they'll be oblivious to the fact that he's not moving and can't climb up his blasted hill. Not to mention the roaring, because he can't do that anymore either.
Seems to me that you're quite good at it, though.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got an idea. I have a bottle. I have a bottle. That's disgusting. I have a bottle. A liquor barrel. Good old Montgomery impaled him, but the way the evidence looks, most likely by accident. Good old Montgomery impaled him, but the way the evidence looks, most likely by accident. That's disgusting. I have a bottle. Wow. Thank goodness it's made of lightweight bamboo. I have taken along the discs. I've chiseled holes into the center. Thank goodness it's made of lightweight bamboo. It fits, but something's still missing. Wow.
I'd say we did a splendid job.
I'd say that's about the silliest fake tiger I've ever seen.
Why don't we just put it into practice?
Fair enough. What the heck? I'll push the cart up the hill. What are the monks gonna say?
The tiger does look kind of strange, and he hasn't roared yet either.
Meow, meow.
Well...
That was kind of weird somehow too.
But he did roar.
Meaning Jack has passed.
What a dreadful noise!
Right!
We should put in for hazardous duty pay when we return with Jack's head.
Yes.
How should we decide?
Pass.
Even if it was sort of weird somehow.
Whatever. You're now ready to meet the High Priest. He will subject you to the ordeal meant for you alone. Here is the key. Now go and meet the High Priest.
You've done good work. It's time to meet our High Priest.
It's humongous. Anyone who finds one of these must report it to the authorities. The High Priest's Throne. The High Priest's Throne. Hey, Pugnose. Where's that High Priest, anyway?
Unworthy lout. How dare you address our High Priest that way?
What? You?
I'm pleased that you mastered the tests I gave you, Jack.
You're joking, right? You're the High Priest?
Surely a difficult thing to picture for a potato face like you. It's like this. Things aren't always what they seem, as you yourself proved in a most impressive manner with the sacred tiger. However, let's get right to the point. After all, we don't have much time. Now, about those ordeals of yours. In terms of finding space, you have proven that you are capable of thinking outside the box. Our large machine has shown you are more a man of physical rather than mental prowess. Well then, you have already proven your courage and aptitude. Now prove your worth in the humanity test.
What's that?
As you know, an important wedding is supposed to take place in the village, but the situation has gotten all botched up. Unite the lovers, arrange the wedding. Then you have learned all there is to know. All set?
How on earth am I supposed to do that?
Come on. It's not all that hard. It takes two people who love each other to hold a proper wedding. In most cases, that means one man and one woman. Just bring them together, will you?
It's time to get going.
Wait, before you leave, let me ordinate you. You now officially belong to the Kshatriya caste.
That's great, but don't you have to be born into a caste?
Who says you weren't always the Kshatriya? But you just weren't aware of it. Now go. And here's your certificate to prove it too.
A forlorn grave. Creepy. A forlorn grave. Creepy.
What have you got there?
I want to report a major bug.
I'd say that was some kind of tall tale. There are no major bugs on this island.
So what's this here?
All right, so you found one. The only one, I'm sure.
We'll analyze every inch of that right away.
And then never say a word about this story again.
They're not dangerous, are they?
Oh, no. Nothing for you to worry about.
All right.
Yes?
See you later.
Yes?
How's business?
It wouldn't hurt to have some fresh. The residents have all.
Then it should please you all the more that Shari wants to become a pirate.
Please me? Humbug. What she should do is get a respectable job. Now she's taking my boy off to the high seas. And who shall take my place? Have I been holding old Gopesh's tea service as collateral all these years just so his daughter can toss my money out the porthole? What's happened now? You've been initiated? But
It cost me some sweat and a few hairy moments, but I certainly was.
how odd. But if that's the case, welcome to our community. Here it is, the upper village.
Hang on. That's Montgomery. And my unfaithful sailors. How did they get up here?
Well, you can't keep an eye on everything, you know. And in the case of Mr. Montgomery, well, he did pay a handsome fee for admission. My poor son is here too. His memory a blank. And you'll probably find his fiancée in the pagoda. Heavens, it does make a body sad that the young couple can't put an end to this and marry.
Don't sweat it. We'll take care of that.
Gopesh, I told you that I don't want to see you up here.
Forget about it. My daughter will be married to your son shortly. Then you'll have to put up with me here every single day.
It almost makes me glad my son has lost his memory.
I knew the whole time my daughter had it in her, but I'd have never thought she had her eye on taking over our operation. She's got big plans. She wants to expand our business 24/7 ocean-wide. If we could just get that wimp she fell for back into shape again.
But how can we give Vincent his memory back again?
I'm gonna show you how the family gets people to remember things. You stay here and keep an eye out.
But
The boy doesn't know a thing.
Junior, what are you doing up here?
I'm bringing that snotty little banker's brat back to his senses again.
You don't have the least bit of sense in that head of yours.
We haven't made any real progress yet.
what's the story behind the cup?
The old hag didn't get this cup as collateral. She took everything I had. She's merciless, that woman. But not the cup. That triumph is mine to this day.
I've still got things to do.
Hey, hands off my beautiful cup. It's all I have left of my tea service.
Almost enough to make you jealous. If you go for greasy hair, that is.
Good day, sir. Beautiful today, isn't it? The sky is cleared.
Shake a leg and marry Shari. Then my training would be over with.
But I can't marry her if I don't have a clue who she is.
Women remain a lifelong mystery no matter what you do.
Okay, but does that mean things have to be made even worse?
It's high time I took care of the doctor's army of monkeys.
Monkeys are amusing animals, and they taste good too.
The day'd be finer if your head would clear.
I wouldn't mind that either. Could it be that we used to know each other too?
You still owe me 1,000 rupees, remember?
If that doesn't beat all. But my mother will have no problem settling that. She's rich and powerful. So I've been told.
Till later. For relaxed sunbathing. Brand new bandages. Luckily, they haven't been used yet.
Yes?
How's business?
It wouldn't hurt to have the residents.
Later.
Wouldn't you like to...
Ah, it's the young man again. The wedding must take place.
The doctor sent off an army of monkeys. It's gonna be a lost cause soon.
What am I supposed to do about it? Whack the monkeys with my stick?
I guess you've done it more often than you'd admit.
Disgusting creatures, those apes. They don't deserve any better. Ah,
Then help me get Vincent back the way he was.
I can't help. No.
But it's you who keeps going on about how the wedding must take place.
That's true. It must.
Come on, out with it.
Okay, I guess there's no way around it. I'll tell you the whole story. Remember the page I tore from the village Chronicle?
The page about November 5th, 1871.
Exactly. I still recall that 5th of November in 1871 as if it were yesterday. It was a fresh and rainy day. A bit foggy, too.
Did the wind howl through the palm fronds?
Oh, yes, it did. That was the day I decided it was time to catch the eye of Tooth Island's handsome young mare. So I resorted to an ancient Indian love poem to do just that. It's called the Kelatara. Its power is so almighty that anyone unable to cope with love in joyful exuberance can lose their senses. Unfortunately, that man went right off the wall. I should have known from the start that politicians can't handle half as much as they claim. All of a sudden, he thought he was a god of love. It didn't take long before he landed in one of Bombay's loony bins. Since then, the village hasn't had a mayor, and the two halves have been at it like cats and dogs. I never got over my guilt. I burnt the Kelatara to ashes and swore to bring about a wedding one day that would reunite the two halves of the village.
Vincent and Shari's wedding.
Yes, that's why their wedding must take place.
But if the Kelatara is burnt to ashes, what good is it to us?
If I remember correctly, somebody made a copy of the poem back then. A self-styled interpretation, so to speak. If I could only recollect who it was.
And why did you tear out the pages from the Chronicle?
Because some overzealous chronicler from Britain wrote that the rift in the village was all my fault. I didn't want posterity to hear about it.
What does Kelatara translate to, anyway?
It's a pretty silly name. Something to do with bananas and stars. But that's not the point at all.
Don't worry. This wedding's gonna be a success.
I'll believe that when I see it.
I don't think it says, next reading of self-penned poetry, Monday, 12 p.m. at the Butcher's.
La la la, your skin so fair, in dreams run wild. Ah, if you only were my bride. Oh, it's you. Today's special, blood sausage.
I need a special poem. Can you help me?
A poem? I don't give a rump roast about poetry. Now get lost. La la la. Today's
I heard a poem from over there again.
You didn't hear a thing. Those ears need a good washing, and I can give you a hand if need be.
I'll find out your little...
My secret recipe, at any rate. Be gone with you!
So?
What's so? What do you want with that piece of paper?
Looks like you host poetry readings for poems you wrote yourself.
What a load! Some muckraking slobs out for trouble hung that there. I'm a tough-as-nails butcher.
I'm more inclined to believe that you're a poet on the sly.
All right. Every now and then a line or two slips out. What do you want? I can't help it. Anything wrong with that?
Listen, personally I think that's really admirable. Honest.
Do you mean that? And you're not gonna tell a soul a word about it?
Oh, if you don't want me to, I'll keep it to myself.
So you really intend to keep it to yourself?
Sure I will. I truly admire your secret talent.
You're a good person. You know what? I owe you one. A favor. If I can do something for you sometime, just let me know.
Right, well, thanks.
Hello, my friend. Beautiful day today, isn't it?
I need a poem called Kelatara.
You don't say. Now that's a very dangerous matter. It's being safeguarded by the monks. This authorization enables you to get it. It's always a pleasure to help a friend.
Fine and dandy.
Hello, Jack.
I'm supposed to pick up a poem here.
I'm not in charge of the paperwork. You'll have to ask the lackeys a few departments below me.
See you later.
May the Force... Right, you know the rest.
Aha! The High Flyer. We are all mighty proud of you.
Really?
Note.
I'm supposed to pick up a poem here.
Really? I'm not handing you anything without proper authorization. Poems are nothing to fool with. Some of them are deadly. Aha. Note.
I must stop the doctor.
Why? Does he have a bitter pill waiting for you?
That's one humdinger of a joke.
That's why I am a priest and not a comedian.
I've gotta go.
And I can't say I feel particularly sorry about it either. There you go. But you need to be very, very careful with it. The poem has a, let's say, highly sensual effect. Whoever hears it will be overcome by love and passion. That's why only the intended target is allowed to hear it.
But someone has to read it out loud, which means they'll hear it too.
No! The poem must be read aloud by the person the target is supposed to fall in love with. However, that person cannot hear their own words being read out loud. Otherwise, terrible things will happen.
How come priests like you know anything at all about love and passion?
But we don't. You don't need to know how an elephant's digestion works in order to ride one. The key thing is not to stand behind one at the crucial moment. Aha.
Really?
Note.
I must stop the doctor.
Why? Does he have a bitter pill waiting for you?
That's one humdinger of a joke.
That's why I am a priest and not a comedian.
I'll laugh myself to death. Quick, get me a priest.
You have actually managed to stoop beneath my level.
Years and years of practice.
Thanks, I already have one.
Hello, Jack.
What on earth are you doing here?
We're signing up for this here operation against this Dr. Somebody and earning a little money besides.
You'd take orders from that guy?
He does make a quite capable impression, he does.
Take a peek at that natty uniform.
It's not the brawn, so it must be his brains. Not just anyone gets a uniform like that.
And he knows how to place adjectives properly. Words like heroic and generous. That makes him very capable in my book. I believe every word he says.
The troops are not fully accounted for yet. You could still join up, Mr. Keane.
Join you? Doing what?
Righto. In case you've forgotten, My assignment is to thwart that villainous doctor's schemes. He is plotting something sinister, and I am going to stop him.
But I already know what he's up to. His army of flying monkeys is airborne, and they're carrying man-eating...
Don't do anything rash, Mr. Keane. I, at any rate, am going to set off on an expedition that shall take me to the very core of this island. I am bound to learn everything of importance there.
Sure, I'll come along with you.
Very good. Another porter for my unit.
Porter? Fat chance of that. Go on. Do your blasted nonsense on your own.
You're probably not able to lug enough crates anyway.
Later on, it's going to be the same old sob story. It's all Murphy's fault. Yakety, yakety, yak.
A well-cared-for and smartly positioned little coconut palm tree. Well cracked, indeed. Gimme that.
So, are all of you ready to face a heroic task? It's all about saving the love of a lifetime.
You're back again? I'm thinking about how she could be helped.
You don't really want to sign on with that guy, do you?
No. On the other hand, accompanying daring do expeditions can only lead to certain doom. Well, I guess that's right up my alley.
I can't just steal it from my former babysitter. The rising sun of India.
What's this? Who let you up here?
No one can stop Jack.
One day they'll be saying that about me, too. The day I finally become a great pirate.
My job is to bring you and Vincent back together again.
Oh, nice. If you need my help, just let me know.
Here, this poem can rekindle the flame of love. And, according to your granny, all it takes is love for his memory to return.
Oh, nice. I'll go read it to my forgetful beloved right away, in the hope he recognizes me.
Stop!
What?
The monk said you're not allowed to hear your own words.
Why not?
Because they would do awful things to your mind.
So? Then what I need is some ear protection.
Gimme that.
And the waves of love embrace. Yikes! What's happening to me? That really warms my heart. Dance with me!
What's happened now?
Dio mio. Child, get over here right now.
Happened?
I'm gonna lock you up until you've come to your senses again, and none of you should ever try to come anywhere near her. If you do, you'll be in deep trouble with me.
Luckily, he has other things on his mind at the moment. A lovely dress. I'm going to borrow that for a minute.
where justice triumphs. And everybody dances at the end.
Sounds wrong.
I also need 3 bottles of petrol. Gasoline to you colonials, and make it snappy.
For chainsaws?
No, for an experimental prototype called Airplane. Before you pose the question, no, it's not flying too well at this point.
Aha. Well, I do happen to have 3 flasks of gasoline left in stock, 100 milliliters apiece.
Charge it to the doctor's account.
Of course, Miss Gristle. Drop in any time.
Bah!
What? Wasn't that... Small boxes, perhaps for small-scale medication, for small animals, mice, or some such, or bugs. Does such a thing as medicine for bugs exist? I beg your pardon, I'm digressing a bit. Large boxes, perhaps for large-scale medication? For large game? It says, only certified pharmacy on Tooth Island. Isn't it the only pharmacy on Tooth Island? Hopefully there are no illegal substances inside. If I ever catch a cold, she'll surely help me out.
Ooh, how chic.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've been called cheeky.
You're the cat's meow, you. What I meant was, how exciting to meet a man of the world. I went to Harvard, you know. I'm extremely well versed in medicine and technology. Did you want to buy something?
Is there a remedy that cures amnesia?
I have quite a strong potion here. Whoever drinks it will instantly fall in love with the person facing him or her. It could also help restore someone's memory, but I won't sell it for less than 2,000 rupees.
But I don't have any rupees.
For you, how about 150 shillings?
Sorry to say I don't have 150 shillings either.
What to do? I wouldn't think of giving the potion away without some service in return. Maybe you could find something else that could be of interest to me? Oh, it's you. Did you want to buy something?
Yes, our civilization is truly outstanding.
What? Your civilization? We seem to have a misunderstanding. Your civilization has benefited from our knowledge. You poor world-weary creatures.
I'm not feeling particularly world-weary.
You're not? Then spend a few years on Tooth Island. That'll do the trick. The best thing would be for you to marry here. Who wouldn't be tickled pink to marry such a chic adventurer?
Goodbye.
As for me, I'm delighted whenever such charming visitors drop by.
Lose 27 pounds in only 9 weeks. Guaranteed. It says, rare plants purchased, especially high prices paid for nutmeg mint and purple shooting creeper from Tooth Island.
What do you know about that? The only cup I was missing in that tea service he had to pawn. It's going to look wonderful on my shelf. I'll find a place for it right away.
If I'm not mistaken, that's a rare nutmeg mint plant. Oh, the plant's fallen down. A beauty.
Ooh, the rare nutmeg mint plant. Is it for me?
But only when I get something in return.
Fair is fair. You think about what you want to have, and when you've decided, you let me know. So tell me, what have you chosen?
I want the love potion.
So, you want the love potion?
That's what I said.
Okay. Actually, I was going to give it a try myself. I have this thing for the taxi driver, you know.
You don't say.
But fair is fair. All yours.
The taxi driver?
The love potion.
Oh, right.
Enjoy.
Excuse me. I have a somewhat unusual question.
Whatever it is, I'll be glad to help.
Thanks.
Wow, what an unusual spot for a tattoo.
Hey, you said you'd look the other way.
Well, there really was no way not to see it when I had to make that middle cloth fit.
And I really don't look foolish wearing it?
Not at all. Really. So, you. Even I would mistake you for Shari if I didn't know better. I do hope my love potion does whatever you need it to. I wouldn't dream of asking you who the lucky one is.
Oh, but the potion's not for me at all.
Heavens no, mum's the word. It's for a friend, naturally.
Oh, goody, goody. My dearest is standing before me.
Oh well, almost.
What's this? Suddenly it all comes back to me.
That takes a load off my mind.
I remember everything.
Oh, how nice.
Wonderful. My daughter can finally follow in my footsteps.
In your footsteps? Are they supposed to become penniless gangsters?
That's about enough of that, you old bag.
Old bag? Watch it. You still owe me 730 rupees.
But not for long. I think raiding ships hits the nail right on the head. My daughter has my wholehearted support.
Bah, you haven't the slightest...
Yeah, could you please?
Of course. If you ask me, it doesn't look too bad that way either.
Wasn't half as bad as I thought it would be.
Do women dance too?
Then it wouldn't be so awfully mushy.
The women wear colorful robes when they dance.
Terrible what happened to Shari. I'm thinking about how she could be helped.
You don't say. Had any ideas yet?
Well, you know how it is. When nothing else helps, it's back to the good old household remedies. Ironclad arguments with a kick to them, so to speak.
Do you mean...
If you discover anything useful in my bags, it's okay. Just help yourself. But do it at your own risk.
I don't feel quite right about this.
No, it's you who hasn't got the slightest idea. In your biz, all they do is shrivel up and raise a bunch of boring little bankers' children.
Oh, I'm getting such a warm feeling in my heart. So warm. Nice and warm.
I'm not going any closer than I need to. I'd have to be out of my mind.
It's all your fault.
Whose fault? You ought to pay your debts.
What the?
I have to tell you something.
I'm healed.
Oh, Shari, my love. Long live old family recipes.
All right. If that's the way it's supposed to be.
Let's settle our disagreements.
For the time being.
But I want my cup back.
Your cup?
What a lovely end to this tale. I've still got to finish my ordeal and fight the doctor. I should go visit the high priest.
Very well done, Jack. Maybe a trifle unconventional, but that was to be expected. You are now ready.
Ready? For what?
Ready to finally confront your past. Ready to discover the origins of your deeply rooted fears that you must now overcome. And therefore, take this.
What is it?
An ancient potion able to unlock the secrets of your soul.
Ancient? Then it probably went bad years ago.
You imbecile. The recipe is ancient. I just brewed this potion in our distilling contraption, in compliance with Indian purity regulations.
What am I supposed to do with it?
You must seek out the right place. The place where the darkest depths of your soul reveal themselves to you. If you drink the potion in the wrong place, the effect on you shall merely be like drinking hard liquor. By the way, even if other people drank it, all it would cause is the usual hangover you get from guzzling liquor. From guzzling very high-proof liquor, mind you. Our trademark. It shall display its mysterious and, I might add, impressive effect only on you, and only when drunk in the right place.
Fair enough. I'm off.
Now go and unveil the secret that haunts your soul.
Oh, what's happening to me?
I feel so slow.
Can I go play, Murphy?
Sure, Jack. We'll pretend to be pirates again. You go on in.
Where's the King's son?
What do you want from him?
That is for the doctor to decide. There was an incident.
He's not here. And even if he were here, he'd disappear in a flash.
What?
He would look for an escape route. And I mean snappy.
I don't understand.
Fly the coop. He would fly the coop.
When I grow up, maybe I'll be a cowboy instead of a captain. A door. Into the pocket you go. Tucked away. Little building blocks. I always used to be scared of it. I like him a lot, too. Let's grab it. Good idea, but unfortunately, they can be stacked on top of each other. I could climb up now, but the window is still locked. I could climb up now, but the window is still locked. I've known for ages how to pry those two bars at the front apart. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. My lasso. Dad says I'm not allowed to open this until I'm older. Little building blocks. I can't read yet. That could be important later on. There's a cork sticking out of the end. It'll pop out when I pull the trigger. I'll take that along. There's a peg missing here. I've attached the rod securely to the coat rack. I've attached the rod securely to the coat rack. I built a step. My name is Jack, and I want to be a pirate. I'm going to be a great captain when I grow up. The lasso is now hanging from the pacifier.
The lasso hangs from the pacifier, and the pacifier's in the gun. The ship hangs from the lasso hangs from the pacifier, and the pacifier is in the gun. Fly! Hello, Blinky. There he is. There he is. My favorite animal, except for the goldfish. Dad carved this all by himself. I put the casket underneath the sharp-edged runner. Wow, my rocking horse has broken the casket apart. I should take a closer look. I finally got a pocket knife. Snoop!
What? Oh my!
Jack said it was me who was on the wrong side. Am I really on the wrong side? Is the doctor an evil person? But he respects me. At last, someone who takes me seriously. I'll take a look around to see if there's any evidence to support Jack's accusations. Maybe I should start with that weird wardrobe in my room. A clay pigeon. A stone pedestal. That's too tight. Water comes out of there. I shouldn't use it without putting something under it. A picture showing the housekeeper. A picture showing spitting image. Doesn't look too friendly to me. I haven't met him yet. The door is unfortunately locked. My bed, more or less comfy. Strange, the door seems to be locked from the inside. How's that possible? I have to find out more. Maybe someone can help me with this. Unimportant. Unimportant. Cozy. Delicate hands that don't fulfill their purpose any longer. A solid instrument. 2 delicate hands show the time, but it's wrong. Darn, Jack's knife has fallen to the bottom of the clock, but I have the hands. Unlocked! Hey, how'd I do that? A wooden wardrobe door. Somebody must have locked himself into the closet, and he wrote a message. Treachery and conspiracies. I can't take it any longer. I'd say something's completely out of whack here. Is the doctor double-crossing me? I hope this wasn't the previous tenant. I have to find out more, preferably at the doctor's own office. It's not exactly the safest thing to do. Yuck! There's a skeleton in my closet, and the door was locked from the inside. That can only mean someone locked themselves in. Yuck! There's a skeleton in my closet, and the door was locked from the inside. That can only mean someone locked themselves in.
The key matter is taken care of. 2 little scoops of vanilla ice cream are mine.
Uh-oh! No! He's getting everything filthy again! I hate footprints! I must wipe them away! 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 Away!
The evil witch of a housekeeper, cold and merciless.
Oh, I hate filth! And I hate that gorilla! In fact, I don't know which I hate more. Could be filthy gorillas.
Isn't it your job to do the cleaning here?
My job is to keep this dome shipshape. I'm in charge of everything, so to speak.
Are you in charge of doing the laundry, too?
I certainly do.
Dirty laundry is not everyone's cup of tea.
Someone's got to do it.
Are you also in charge of chilled beverages?
Certainly.
Chilled beverages are important in this kind of heat.
If they're sensible, the English drink their beverages lukewarm.
Are you also in charge of all that low-fat, high-fiber carb crap?
Certainly.
If that's the case, then serve me some vegetables.
Vegetables are bad for you. They give you rosy cheeks.
You've certainly got your hands full.
There's always something to be done.
Why does the boss keep this gorilla around anyway?
The doctor and his gorilla. Those two are inseparable. They grew up together as well. That must be why. You can tell immediately by their manners.
Nice portrait gallery over there.
Yes, Employee of the Month hangs at the very top. That's me, of course, every month. Nobody else does any work in this pigsty. Least of all that lazy bones of a gorilla.
I don't want to hold you up from doing your important work.
Don't get too cheeky, or you might end up like the last... Oh, what's the point? Oh, in fact...
Isn't it your...
My job, I'm in charge.
Are you also in charge of chilled beverages?
Certainly.
If that's the case, then bring me something cold to drink.
All we have is lemonade, and it's lukewarm.
Doesn't matter. I'd still like some.
As they say, you can lead a horse to water. All right, wait here. Here you go, your lemonade.
A big ape with big feet. Hey, gorilla! Tasty lemonade and mud slush. I should try a different way. The gorilla's feet. Muddy feet. Hey, gorilla!
How I hate him! Footprints, footprints, and more footprints!
Hot stuff.
Ah, hello, Amanda. Good of you to come. But don't touch anything of value, all right?
Exciting, but not as thrilling as the safe. A classic globe. Or isn't it? Not exactly my cup of tea.
Hands off my ouzo!
A small headless figurine. Fascinating technology. An especially nice depiction of the gorilla.
Ah, Amanda!
What's all this about a skeleton in the closet?
Oh, that. You know how it is. These things can happen sometimes. At best, don't think any more about it. All mere relics of what once was. And above all, don't expect me to treat my allies badly. Ever. It was all a huge misunderstanding. You know how it is. One word leads to another, and suddenly someone's dead on the floor. When all is said and done, I am a very decent person at heart. Really.
Are you the villain? Am I on the wrong side?
Of course I'm the villain, and you should be glad about it. You've made the right choice, because, as always, evil shall prevail. A glorious future lies ahead for the two of us. We might even be King and Queen of England one day, and ex-Queen Victoria, shall become our housemaid.
Great idea. I always wanted to become the Queen of England.
It shall come to pass.
What are you working on?
I need to adjust the coordinates of my monkey airships, so they hover precisely above the British fleet the moment it sails by Tooth Island. This will enable the monkeys to release the cocoons holding the plants that eat anything, right on target. In the aftermath, the British fleet will be annihilated, leaving me the most powerful man in the Empire. The Queen will grovel at my feet, begging to apologize.
That's one heck of a plan.
We see things eye to eye. How lovely!
Are you satisfied with my work?
What? Huh? Work? Yes, of course. You are certainly my best staff member, Agatha. Keep up the good work.
Amanda.
What?
My name's Amanda.
That's what I said, Amanda. I feel very close to you.
Is Jack dead?
I should certainly hope so. Even if my gorilla claims to have seen you-know-who recently near the old mountain lab.
Is that right? If it's true, that would be... bad.
However, every once in a while he has been mistaken.
Oh.
To him, human beings all look alike. Besides, it doesn't matter beans, because Jack has already provided us with Emerald 13. And in the end, that elixir has enabled me to create the plants that eat everything inside. They are now waiting to be sent on their first lethal mission.
Thanks. See you later.
The British fleet shall soon lie off the coast of Tooth Island. A couple of figures are still missing for the exact positioning. Then it's showtime.
filth, and I hate that gorilla. In fact, I don't know which.
I think someone's been fooling around with a portrait gallery.
Heaven forbid! Was that the gorilla? But how could he have sneaked past this time? I must go and take a look. What? The gorilla? Ah! Oh! Where are the screws and the screwdriver gone off to? This is the last time that'll happen!
The bucket is full of water now. Cold coals. I did a good job of that. I think someone's been fooling around with a portrait gallery.
Heaven forbid! Was that the gorilla? But how could he have sneaked past this time? I must go and take a look. I've had it! You dreadful beast! Don't you ever try that again! Exactly! And don't you dare get in my way again!
What is going on here? What exactly happened here?
I positively...
Thoroughly dramatic. Classical music is playing. Classical music is playing. Classical music is playing. Here's mud in your eye. The safe can be opened when these knobs are set to the right combination.
There's no reason to speak hatefully about my gorilla, Miss Gristle. We grew up together. He's taught me all I know about nature.
A bag with various tools that a doctor would have with him, unfortunately locked shut.
Admittedly, he does have certain idiosyncrasies.
I have no time for stuff like that.
He's a wild animal!
You're approaching the matter from a much too human point of view.
That doesn't seem to work. That doesn't seem to work. The safe can be opened. Darn, that must have been the wrong combination. Shucks, won't work. That won't work like that. I've got to get that safe open somehow. Shucks, won't work. That doesn't seem to work. It worked! I've got to get that safe open somehow. Open! Queen, Jack the Ripper. Boring. Where's my file? In the safe? What? That thing says he's firing me. The doctor's already written it in advance. The only thing missing is my last day at work.
The British fleet has arrived. Time to show the Empire what I've got in store. One more thing taken care of. Where has Amanda wandered off to now?
He was just using me. Am I really on the wrong side? Was Jack right? If Jack's still alive, I should pay him a visit. I had a sneaking suspicion where I could find him. Jack, what are you doing here?
To be honest, I don't know exactly where I am. Or when. Oh, you got me. But watch out. I'm good at running away. And I'll manage to do it again.
Jack, you're drunk.
And I've got a right to be.
Can I sit here? I'd really like to talk to you.
Under one condition. You've got to have a drink with me.
Nothing I'd rather do. Just what I need.
As you can see, my eyes have been opened at last. My whole life I've been running away from things. Because I never had a person I could really trust. And because running away once saved me when I was a little boy. And that's what gave me my fear of heights.
Yeah, you've been through a lot. Just the opposite of me.
Yes, my life has been one big chaotic mess. That's fears and raving mad doctors as far as the eye can see. Speaking of which, hey, you know, somehow I'm able to look with both eyes in a different direction.
Why don't you just stick with handing over that bottle?
I'd give anything to be as smashing as the great Amanda.
What?
Shoot first, ask questions later, with everything under control no matter what.
Everything under control? Yeah, right. I'd give anything to be in your shoes for a day.
Hold on there. Are you serious about that?
Shoes? Yeah, but those socks have gotta go. Phew!
But why on earth would you want to change places with me? Tomorrow this place will be in ruins, and you'll be laughing on the winning side.
Now listen to me. I had no idea the doctor was such a son of a gun.
There was hardly any way of knowing that. What exactly did you think a henchwoman does? Sell insurance?
All I wanted was a chance to show what I can do, too. Back home on the ranch, I never got to do anything. All I ever wanted was to show the whole world what I could do on my own.
You don't have to be so hard on yourself or on others to do that.
What? What do you mean by that?
You're a wonderful, extremely talented woman. Anyone can see that.
Are you serious about that?
I swear. Listen, is there anyone you could trust more than a drunken captain watching his existence go down the drain?
You've changed somehow since the last time we saw each other.
No way. The tropical climate's to blame. It's positively horrid for my complexion.
You know what? I think you've become a real man.
Yeah.
And I find that strangely appealing.
What?
No idea.
Amanda! Breakfast! The doctor is waiting!
Go on, go! Nice butt.
Blocked. Blocked.
The fleet has arrived. Everything is ready and waiting. Speed is of the essence now. Immediately after breakfast, I shall head for my office and ring up the base. They shall give the signal to jettison the plants. The bloodbath on the British ships is going to be simply awesome. Care for another biscuit?
But Jack said the plants might multiply out of control. What happens if they eat up more than the fleet?
Don't be so squeamish, Amanda. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. And, by the way, those aspiring greatness have no choice but to accept certain risks. I don't fancy mankind particularly, anyway. A world run by plants. What would be so bad about that? Mind you, they wouldn't bustle around selling insurance policies, and they wouldn't sue each other either.
The most they do is eat each other up.
Claptrap.
Maybe I could make that call.
Dear girl, things like that I prefer to handle myself.
Oh no, I must stop the doctor from making that call at all costs.
Indeed it is. As I've already mentioned, the fleet has arrived. Everything is ready and waiting. Speed is of the essence.
Water comes out of there.
Ah, what is that? Miss Gristle! Never mind, I'll just sit down over there. Where were we? My foes shall grovel at my feet. At last, the Queen will have to take me seriously again. And above all, the Royal Society. Their ignorance will cost them dearly.
I should put on my clothes again first.
Ignorance. Ignorance.
Oh, ignorance.
That's what I said.
Of course.
You know.
A picture of the housekeeper. A picture of Amanda. A picture of a monkey. A picture of a monkey. Sorry to say the door is locked. The rope used to get on the servants' nerves.
What? Was that a bell? If that doesn't beat all, the gorilla is the only one who could have done it. I'll twist his hairy ears, I will. Is anybody there?
Oh no! She's coming back! My knife! So that's where it is, down there. Fascinating! You can't be serious. The blinds are open. Thank goodness. Hang on. I'm definitely not getting dressed without some privacy. The wardrobe door keeps swinging shut because the wardrobe's weight makes it lean back. I feel better now. The statuette depicts a monkey. What on earth does that remind me of? Second place at the Gorilla Beauty Contest. Help against headaches. In case I get a headache.
The Royal Society threw me out many, many years ago.
Hey, why did they do that?
Because they are a conceited bunch of aristocrats who like nothing more than to hear themselves talk. And whenever I spoke, they laughed. But soon I'll have the last laugh on them.
I'll take the empty
A
watering
wonderful
can
thought,
along.
Isn't it?
Well, I guess.
I'm going to my office.
A nice
Bring
place
up
to
my
take a
secret
rest.
base.
If I didn't have more important
They,
things to
in
do.
turn, shall press the little
A small
red
wood
button.
saw for garden work.
My monkeys have been airborne and circling for hours.
The watering can is full of water now.
Is cruising around below them. For now. But not for long. Thanks to that jack, I have finally created the ultimate killer.
That's definitely not going to help me. That might come in handy.
Monkeys are going to drop them onto the ships. And the voracious plant's jaws will make short work of them all, plank by plank, man by man.
But what?
Well? Then they shall simply go on to devour Tooth Island, Ceylon, and the rest of India. From there, they will spread across Europe. And the wind shall no doubt carry their seeds to America sooner or later.
I don't know if I really like this plan so much.
That's why you are merely my henchwoman, whereas
How
I
careless
am
of
the one
him.
who draws up the plans.
I'm too far away, but I wouldn't go any closer
But if it's
either.
true
It's
that all
much
men
too
are
dangerous.
insane-
And even if... that mankind, they were certainly never kind to me.
The piece of wood is loose. I can't move it. At last, I've got my knife back. Now I gotta hurry to stop the doctor from calling his base to put the monkeys in action. Sorry to say the door is locked. I've unlocked it. Somehow, I think this safe's not gonna help me get anywhere. Careful. If it were livelier, it might just tear my head off. Interesting. A beautiful fountain pen. I've replaced Amanda with Miss Gristle and entered today as the last day of work for her. The drawer is locked. How careless of him. I unlocked the drawer. I unlocked the drawer. A doctor's drawer can guard many a secret. I unlocked the drawer. I unlocked the drawer. And closed again. It's open. This might hold a secret. This might hold a doctor's drawer. And closed again. This might hold a secret. This drawer is empty. This drawer is empty. A doctor's drawer can guard many a secret. A doctor's and closed again. It's open. I don't think that'll work. It works. It's a little boy's love letter to somebody called Vicky, signed T. That's not going. It's a little boy's love letter. It's the disappointed second try from young T because Vicky hasn't replied. Young T swears revenge on Victoria. 1 second. Queen Victoria? That doesn't seem to work. Fits. That doesn't seem to work. That's not going to work. Fits. Fits. A small, headless figurine. The headache tablet is dissolving in the water. It seems to have worked. Our greenery is back to its malevolent self again. I knew she liked apes. She left behind the little wooden head. Fits. I turned it sideways. I turned it sideways. I turned it sideways. I turned it sideways. So, the doctor loads the little monkey airships with 1 cocoon apiece of those plants that will eat anything in sight when given Emerald 13. Then, the monkeys toss the cocoons onto the ships, and everything is eaten to bits. That is, if I don't put the telephone out of action first. So, the monkey pilot takes a seat in the flying gizmo. The cocoon of that plant that'll eat anything hangs underneath. As soon as the monkey receives a signal from the secret base, he jettisons the plant. But he only receives the signal when the doctor calls him from his secret base. So, the monkey pilot takes a seat in the flying gizmo. The cocoon of that plant that'll eat anything. That's the telephone. I must prevent the doctor from making that call. It won't bud. This cable's going to lead me to him. Uh-oh, I gotta hide.
What is going on? What? I'm being fired? But I always thought... But you said I was your best employee. Well, I suppose if I'd been given notice, I'll have to accept it. Farewell, Doctor. I shall leave with my head held high.
The doctor.
What? You? I thought you were dead.
I'm working for the power company now. We were forced to disconnect your telephone due to unpaid bills.
Have you touched my telephone? You probably think you're clever, indeed.
I'm only doing what's necessary to keep the world from facing a catastrophe.
Is that all? Then I'll go to my base in person and throw the switch myself. You can't stop me. And your parents couldn't either. Go on, Amanda. Get him.
I'm not so sure.
Ha! Typical. No sooner does the going get tough, the girl's frightened stiff. Bewitched you with those eyes of his, has he? How heartrending. I knew it. You are nothing but a useless brat.
Brat, you just went one step too far.
Oh, I don't have to take this kind of crap. I quit.
And you don't move one step further.
On the contrary, I shall fly my balloon to the crater and press the button myself, causing my monkeys to annihilate the fleet, and perhaps the whole world as well. If you'll excuse me.
Come on, pal. Let us pass. Get moving. Let's tail him.
To the airfield.
The doctor's escaping in a balloon. Come on, we'll take the plane.
What kind of thing is that? And who's supposed to fly it?
Guess who?
Oh no! We're flying! These heights! I hate flying!
Pull yourself together, Jack. Look, the doctor is much faster than we are. We have to dump some ballast to pick up speed. Move it! Find something heavy and toss it out!
I'm supposed to go strolling around on this thing now?
Would you get moving?
No doubt it's pretty heavy. No doubt it's pretty heavy.
Yes, we're going faster. We're catching up to the doctor. Hey, what's going on? We're losing fuel! Jack, what exactly did you jettison?
Well, those two big things there.
Those were the fuel tanks.
How should I know?
Hurry and see if there's a reserve tank anywhere!
The tank shattered the lock on one of the hatches. Well, this one here is still tightly locked. A handwritten manual. Unfortunately, I can't make heads or tails of it. The technology is hidden underneath. Unfortunately, this thick tube's not getting me anywhere either. I've got to find another one. It's a flight suit for monkeys. It even has an oxygen mask with tubes. It's a flight suit for monkeys. It even has an oxygen mask with tubes. Hey, that's it. A small but well-made hose that could be very useful to me. That should work. I've refilled the fuel!
Great! We're going faster again!
That would be ridiculous. Go on, Jerry. Give it to them.
Amanda, we've got company.
The wing is torn! Get rid of that guy!
He's taking the wing apart. I've got to chase him off. He's taking the wing apart. I've got to chase him off. That doesn't seem to work. I don't think that'll work. Gotcha!
from me! Get away!
It opens the monkey pilot's parachute. Everything's up to snuff again!
Oh no! Now the engine's on fire and the elevator's torn!
What?
Jack, you have to fix the elevator!
Could come in handy someplace else, too. I don't believe for a second that we're gonna manage a clean landing in this thing anyway. That could be blocked easily if I had an appropriate object. I don't think that'll work. That's not going to work. The cable to the red telephone. That's not going to work. Fits, but I still need a solid bar or something to get it really tight. Oh, what the... Oh no! Amanda! Amanda! Oh.
Finally awake? The water's so refreshing. You should give it a try.
Phew. For a second there, I thought you'd...
Flown the coop? I simply had to make use of the time while you were sleeping. I was covered in motor oil from head to toe. Our airplane broke in two and crashed.
Where in blazes have we landed? On a remote island?
I'd say it's more like we found the doctor's secret base. Gets your nerves tingling, doesn't it?
What do we do if he's already sent the signal to the monkeys?
I don't think he's already contacted the monkeys. You see, I had a few chances to take a quick look at his files. He has to have electricity to communicate with the pilots. That power is generated by huge wind turbines. Now, do you see huge wind turbines anywhere?
No.
There you go. As long as we don't see wind turbines, we've got time to stop him.
Then I'll start searching for the entrance to his headquarters. That wimp's not getting away from me again.
And I'll go see if I can still salvage a few useful parts from this wreckage. I mean, with my kind of technical knowledge, I should be able to whip up something usable here. Although, my rifle's fit for the junk pile. Here, check it out.
That thing is washed up. If it wasn't broken, you could use it to find the way. The doctor's not making it easy for me to nail him. Hopefully not one of the doctor's victims. A small, lopsided wooden altar.
What do you know? Jack, is that you?
Almost enough to make you jealous. If you go for greasy hair, that is.
Hello, Jack. Take a look at this mess. Some crazy fool has zoomed a flying crate into our secret mountain.
And if I were to say it was me?
Haha, Air Captain Jack. That's a good one. But now seriously, whoever it was destroyed the ritual wedding path. Look, everything's full of water. My family is stranded down there. There hasn't been one good omen for my wedding yet. Jack dear, I know it's asking a lot, but we've known each other for so long, and would you maybe help me one more time? It means so much to me to marry my one and only. Here where at least nature is still unspoiled.
Sure thing. I'd do anything for old friends.
Oh, thanks a lot, Jack. They're trapped at the foot of the stairway because the wreckage has changed the river's course.
Old and nearly destroyed. I know that bloke from somewhere. Apparently he's had enough of his job. A particularly tough nut. Hey, aren't you the little fellow from that bicycling hut in the jungle? Are you telling me you've deserted from the doctor's monkey army?
Do we want to make friends again?
Ouch!
What's the story behind those coconuts? You know, this business about the meat-eating plant was merely a small misunderstanding.
Looky, looky, looky.
Looks dangerous. A flexible bamboo rod. Oh no! So that's the best the Queen has to offer. So this is your grand campaign against the Doctor?
Well, there have been certain launching problems.
Maybe you'd be better off helping me instead. I'm the one who's chalked up some success, not you.
I'm not going to undertake anything before I've been given a refreshing cold beer.
What the blazes? A case full of warm beer. A nearly inexhaustible supply. Aha! Here's where the Doctor's balloon landed. Like that arrow gizmo. Flying's for the birds. I've got to hunt down the Doctor. Luckily, no one's here to get in my way.
Sorry, no cigar. Need a few rounds to warm up, do ya?
A metal ramp, not lowered, unfortunately. Otherwise, I could probably keep going here. I could make out a strange stone behind it. Right. Now I can use the stone road sign. So here's where the tail crashed. With a bit of brains and skill, the rudder mechanism can be fixed. The water flows along here. The tail of the aircraft is to blame for that. The position it's lying in influences the way the water flows. This is the way to the path toward the temple. Beneath his weary brow, his eyes flash out like a small chap with a tousled hairdo. Now I can use the bamboo pole as a lever. The rudder is moving. Fits. So, the beer's in place. The beer is ice cold. The rudder is moving.
Thank you for the delicious beer.
What now?
Now, let me finish my beer in peace and stop blocking my sunlight.
Okay, I've had it, you cut-rate parody of an agent.
Parody of a royal agent, if you don't mind.
That fall must have jolted your pea brain into split pea soup.
The brain seems to be in order, but I dare say my bottom has turned black and blue.
Help is called for right now, and you're gonna do it in every conceivable way.
All right, all right. You're the boss, Mr. Keane. Happy now?
Yes, at least someone has finally called me boss.
Fine. Is that really enough for you?
To be honest, no, it's not.
Fine and dandy. Let's see what I still have left. Here, take this supremely useful agent's comb. You can use it as a miniature saw.
Miniature saw?
Terribly clever, isn't it? The only drawback is when someone tries to comb their hair with it by accident.
Very impressive. Anything else?
Well, if you don't tell anyone, I'll even give you my elastic belly-flattening belt.
Belly-flattening what?
This splendid invention is something I utilize to impress the ladies. Worn invisibly, it helps to make the belly's mass appear to be less spacious than it actually is. Besides that, it's also elastic up to a point. Perhaps it might come in handy sometime.
Well, it's certainly worth a try.
And, Mr. Keane?
What is it now?
If you would be so kind as to inform me if you do get your hands on the doctor. If I have absolutely nothing to do with putting him behind bars, I shall most certainly be fired.
Well...
And the Secret Service is all I've got. I never learned anything decent.
I'll see what can be done about that.
Good luck, Mr. Keane. The Empire is relying on you.
Well, well. Just like that. An old tree, hollow, rotten, and about to fall over. The tree has fallen.
What's this? The water has dried up.
At last, the wedding is going to take place.
At last, welcome, my dear wedding couple, to our unspoiled sanctuary.
Ooh!
Oh. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, what's happened? Who desecrated our sanctuary with that equipment? Who would do something like that?
I'm not gonna run away this time.
You've come a long way, Jack. I'm proud of you. How did you ever manage to make your way into the doctor's mansion?
I seduced his assistant.
Oh, I did not want to hear about it play by play.
I need help to defeat the doctor.
An old remedy exists with which the meat-eating plants of Tooth Island can be vanquished. However, I can only entrust it to you if you prove to the village the doctor is the mastermind behind all this.
But you already know that. Can't you just tell them?
They must see it with their own eyes. You need to publicly expose the doctor so everyone can see who it was who desecrated the sanctuary. Only then will I be able to help you any further. Good luck.
So you made it, my good boy. We're all set for the wedding. Ha!
Thanks so much for clearing the way, literally and figuratively.
Old and nearly destroyed.
The wedding is going to take place. It's about to take place.
There he is! But the people living in the village can't see him from down there because the window's blocked. Ancient Indian stone masonry art. I've built a catapult. A pile of rocks. Fits.
Uh-oh.
What? That's the doctor sitting there.
He's desecrated the sanctuary.
And we always thought he was our friend.
Behind the rear wall of the sacred temple, he's transformed the Vishnu crater into a factory and commands his monkey monsters from there.
But how is there any way for us to know that?
Well, His donations were always rather generous.
Someone has to stop him!
Jack, I am really impressed by your achievement.
Achievement? The doctor's gonna press the red button any second now.
True, but you can still prevent that and save us all.
Thanks for your faith in me.
Don't call it trust. Call it the hope of the desperate, clutching at straws. Grasping.
All right, I got it. Now that you've seen the doctor is the villain here, will you help me now?
Fine. I am going to reveal an ancient secret to you. Our remedy for dealing with the meat-eating plants.
Great. You've got a special poison or something?
I thought you'd learn something, Jack. We venerate those plants as sacred beings with whom we live in harmony. I now present you with the ancient artifact we use to calm the plants whenever the need arises. And as tradition demands, you'll have to find out the rest on your own. Take the sacred shape of bone. And now, make yourself useful. Time has taken wing, like a cherry blossom afloat on the last breath of passing spring.
Very poetic.
I've been practicing a while.
A tree whose resin is used to make rubber. A tree whose resin is used to make... I've owned the knife ever since my childhood. Rubber is oozing out of the bark. I need some sort of container. I've produced a few fabulous rubber bones. An old Indian sanctuary. The plant gnaws on the rubber bone. That's not going to work. The plant gnaws on the rubber bone. The plant gnaws on the rubber bone. With the right tool, that door might be able to be opened. The lockpick doesn't fit here. With the right tool, that door might be able to be opened. My technical savvy doesn't seem to make the grade. What the blazes are you supposed to do with this thing?
Look, the wind turbines are on.
Does that mean the doctor has power now?
I think so. Like it or not, power is accumulating.
So he can have them jettison the killer plants?
Yes, as soon as it reaches full power.
Then we should hurry.
No doubt about it.
Wouldn't you like to go swimming again?
Glad to, but not until we've achieved our goal.
Pity. I haven't been able to stop the doctor yet.
It's high time we gotta move on. Unfortunately, I haven't made much progress either.
If the wind turbines have been activated, do we still stand a chance?
Do you want an honest answer?
If you ask me like that, no.
Then I'll put it like this. If the power is really building up as slowly as I hope, then it's not too late yet.
Doesn't sound too encouraging.
Well...
I need your technical expertise.
What do you mean?
There's a door I can't open.
Piece of cake. I'm a master at opening doors. Lead me to it. Strange. I'm sure I cracked open the mechanism, but the door is still locked despite that. Maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Welcome to my humble abode.
You sure startled me.
Do we finally want to put the doctor behind bars, or do I have to carry you across the threshold now?
In this case, I'll decide clearly in favor of the doctor.
I knew you were coming.
Why are you still here if you knew we were coming?
Because you can't stop me anyway. All I need to do is push this button as soon as the power has recharged.
Huh. We'll have you under wraps long before the power has been recharged.
There is another power source, Jack, you fool. Thus, excuse me.
We're trapped. And now he's off to recharge his transmitter.
So what does that teach us? Less talk, strike sooner.
Don't worry. In a second, we'll be...
A bomb! Jack, he threw
Thanks,
a bomb
Amanda.
in here!
I'm not as stupid as I look.
We have to do something!
Wires are lying exposed here. Live wires. The doctor's personal tea, still nice and hot. I don't think that'll work. The panel has been short-circuited.
Not bad, Jack.
Thanks.
Now, how do we get out of here? The doctor's going to recharge the transmitter somewhere else.
Not if we can prevent it.
But we can't prevent it. We're locked in.
I sense negative vibrations, Amanda.
That probably comes more from the charged circuits than from me. Come on, we've got to think of something.
The doctor's walking stick? It's purple no matter how you look at it. You can see the other side of the door. A solid door. Sorry to say that the only knob is on the other side.
Time to shift into overdrive.
Stay right where you are.
Where is everybody? Amanda? Doctor?
Power! I need power!
And why in blazes is everything so blasted high again up here? It says 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Not particularly helpful. That's not going to work. It says 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Good. The hatch is opened. The doctor doesn't seem to be very environmentally aware either. One of the balloons, it hasn't taken off yet.
So you finally got here. The doctor got away from me. He ran through the doorway down there and bolted it shut.
He was faster than you? In spite of his runty legs?
Very funny. He knows this place inside and out.
So, what do we do now?
If we can't open the door, then we'll have to find another way.
Where in the blazes is the doctor headed?
He did say something about a second power source. Not only that, his transmitter works better when it's higher up. In other words, closer to the balloons. So we should look for him up above.
Jeepers creepers. In other words, even higher up?
And I'll make sure that he doesn't get away from us in this direction.
A durable metal brake pad. A sturdy metal brake pad. It's probably used when the balloons take off or land. The doctor took this route and sealed it. We'll have to take a different one. Look at that. He seems to have slept through the monkey army's big takeoff. Look at that. He seems to have slept through the monkey army's big takeoff. That could be important later. A stick with thread wrapped around it. Might come in handy sometime. An open, empty, and poorly cared for locker. An open, empty, and poorly cared for locker. There are imprints of monkey hands on the locker. A lovely copper clothes hanger. A door. It's connected to the big bell up there.
That little guy cleared the way for us. Let's get to it.
And off she goes again. The monkey pilots probably climbed aboard their aircraft when the alarm went off. This coil broke down. That's why the power circuit doesn't function anymore. I've improvised a kind of coil. The box that controls the door's power supply, and unfortunately the same one for the power the doctor needs for his transmitter.
Perfect. It fits. But you should find yourself some kind of weapon before I open the door.
Any idea how? I hardly think he'll get the willies when he sees my pocket knife.
Try thinking of something. A few precious seconds are all we need. As soon as I switch on the power, he'll be able to use his transmitter.
Stop, you madman! This is the end of the line.
What are you going to stop me with? With that broken rifle, perhaps? Ha! You'll have to come up with something better than that. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have a world to rule.
You moron! He's all set up like a sitting duck and you maced him!
Oh, all right. I guess I'll have to give up then.
Hold on, Mr. Keane. I've got everything under control. I'm hurrying to the rescue.
Please don't.
I never would have thought I'd be so pleased about the fire.
Don't kick. Ouch!
Take care, you bunch of losers.
Come on, Jack. You can do it. Don't let him escape, darn it.
Give up! We've got you surrounded!
Higher! Higher! To make really sure that the signal reaches the monkeys when I push the button. I shall not make any more mistakes in my moment of triumph!
Jack, he hasn't pressed the trigger mechanism yet. The bombs haven't been jettisoned.
The world hasn't gone under yet?
He's still waiting for something. We have to take advantage of that.
Higher! Just a little bit higher! Then it's time for the red button and the downfall of the fire!
The door to the cabin. A horseshoe nailed to a wooden board. That could be important later. Guess this is used to propel the balloon. It's burning. High-class version with choice wooden handle. Could be important. No lack of comfort. It won't budge. Could the handle be missing? That should work. It's open. Probably for chilled champagne after the British fleet and maybe all of mankind has been annihilated. The fire could still come in handy. You can never have enough ropes. A paddle for emergency landings on water. I don't need to be an airship captain to figure that out. The door to the cabin. Better not touch. Could be hot. It fits, but something's still missing. Hey, That's it. I've combined them.
He's still waiting for something. We have to take advantage of that.
A magnificent steering wheel in the hands of a madman.
You can't stop me! And your parents
I've
couldn't
combined
either! Don't swing the rudder around! No!
Amanda! Where have you gone off to?
I'm hanging down here, on the rudder! Help me! I can't hold on much longer!
Oh no! The doctor's firing a flare gun!
Wow!
Not bad. A bag filled with rocket flares. A bag filled with rocket flares. It works. These are used to attract attention in an emergency at sea, at least normally. I've taken it.
Let's get to it.
Did I already mention that I have a certain problem with heights? Good idea, but it doesn't seem to work that way. My worst enemy. My worst enemy. Good idea, but it doesn't seem to work that way. I think I can climb up there. I think I can climb up there.
Ha! You are not getting up here!
The arm of the monkey figurehead is broken off. That might come in handy. The door won't stay open. Fits. A sturdy rope. A sturdy rope.
Rats, the rockets are empty.
I suppose that was it then. Oops.
You've saved the Empire! We owe each and every one of you a great debt of thanks. How did you manage to do it again this time, Agent Montgomery?
Pshaw, you haven't seen anything yet. You know, when I'm left to my own devices, I simply can't help being at my best.
Manifest gratitude and an ample reward await you in England. Please, follow me aboard my ship, the vessel that you've saved. Our captains are deeply indebted to you.
Speaking of captains, whatever happened to that young daredevil, Mr. Keane?
He wasn't eaten by one of those plants, was he? After all this, that would be a crying shame.
Oh no, I'd say it's more like he's busy doing something else at the moment. This time, his reward was more of the ideal kind.
That nearly went wrong, but we did it.
All this trouble, for what? We're drifting off into the sunset on this wooden thing.
Leave everything to me. I'd get us to England if all we had was a little piece of wreckage to sail with.
Jack,
What?
this is a small piece of wreckage.
Which reminds me, I'll definitely demand a new ship from the Queen no matter what.
If she lets you in at all.
A big ship with 13 decks.
13? Doesn't that bring bad luck?
That just depends on which deck you gotta work on. Now you just lean back, relax, and enjoy the ride.
Jack,
Yes?
hands off.
Sorry.
I'll open that by myself.
Always proving your mettle, huh?
These metal zippers are pretty dangerous.
I love danger.
Prove it.
Help a former sea captain who's lost his ship.
I told you so.
Yes, yes, I know.
And I hereby pronounce you man and wife.
Who's got the rings? Do you have the rings? I don't have any rings!
Rings? I can't remember any rings. And just who are you anyway? It was a joke.
Hey, how come nobody's singing and dancing?
Hey, you said I'd have a 2-year guarantee.
Hello. How was I supposed to know that you'd survive after using that stuff?
I want the hat.
No.
I want the whip.
No.
Then at least the black bra that Amanda tried on.
Already sold on tibet.com.
Blast it all. One second. I'm standing in the middle of an object again. Caught? It's the wrong way round. It's still the wrong way round. Come on, it can't be that difficult. X, Y, Z.
Well, in one 3D program we have, Y points upwards. In the other one, Z points upwards.
And could I please have a coffee? I've seen enough tea to last me ages. Looks great if you ask me. Looks great if you ask me. I shouldn't get too close to her. I'm scared. I shouldn't get too close to her. I'm scared. The only person who can drag more stuff around with them than I. So that's the best the Queen has to offer. He's only half as horrid as his boss. My worst enemy. If I ever catch a cold, she'll surely help me out. A sleeping gorilla. A mysterious woman on a quest unknown to me. Apparently, I still have a few debts to pay. Fascinating.